Good morning, everyone. This is Ann Strauss-Weeder. We'll be getting going momentarily.
Good morning, everyone. I think we're ready to get started. I'm very pleased to welcome you all to today's truck parking workshop hosted by the Metropolitan Area Planning Forum, or as most of us refer to it, the MAP Forum. As many of you know, the MAP Forum is a loose confederation of 10 metropolitan planning organizations in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania. And when I say a loose confederation, I mean that we work collaboratively and voluntarily, and it's served us well in the 10 or so years that it's been in existence. But we work together on a lot of different planning challenges that cut across this great region of ours. And one of those challenges, of course, is truck parking, which is a critical component of a well-functioning goods movement system. And as we'll hear, and as most of us probably don't need to be told, the COVID-19 pandemic has really driven that point home more so than ever before. This is especially important in North Jersey and in the rest of the MAP Forum region because freight and logistics is a huge component of our overall economy. And I'm confident that what we hear today will be thought-provoking and will help point the way to smart solutions for the future of truck parking. Today's workshop is the result of great collaboration by our multi-state freight working group, which is an offshoot of the main MAP Forum. We're pleased that in collaboration with our federal partners at FHWA and FTA, along with NJDOT and many others, we can bring you today's session. There are many attendees today, and there are many people that contributed to making today a success. But I would particularly like to thank Ann Strauss-Weeder, who's NJTPA's Director of Freight Planning, as well as NIMTIC's Jerry Bogath, for all of their work to make this event happen. And this event has been in the works for several months now. And as you'll see, it has resulted in a lot of very helpful outcomes and information. So on that note, I'm going to let you see for yourself, and I will turn the proceedings over to Ann Strauss-Weeder, who's going to take you through today's program. Again, thank you all for your time and for participating in today's workshop. Ann, it's all yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you again for joining us. We have well over 100 public and private sector individuals who are attending today, and you're going to hear from a wide range of individuals about this critical topic. So a few housekeeping items to walk you through our virtual environment. First of all, we are in GoToWebinar, and we have a couple of features available to you. First of all, if you have questions or comments throughout this event, please use the question box, and we will be monitoring those and making sure that your comments and questions are addressed throughout the event. Second, you will see a tab that says handouts, and you'll see 5 handouts available to you as well. First is the agenda for today, and we do have a very full agenda. Second is that we also have the bios of all the speakers and panel members, so you can look through them and find out more about who is talking today. And then you'll see 3 additional handouts, because FHWA, the Federal Highway Administration, in collaboration with local organizations, held a series of truck parking workshops in New York City, in New Jersey, and most recently in Lehigh Valley. And we are building on this today, as well as including a lot more information for consideration as we move forward. So other items to note, this is being recorded, because even though we have well over 100 people and more joining by the moment, today there are others who could not make it. So they'll see everything and have all the presentations available. The other item is that NJTPA will be applying for 2 AICP CM credits at the end of this event. So more details on that. But first, again, since we have over 100 people in the room, we're going to see who exactly is here. Now, I will mention our panel members can't participate in the poll that's now coming up on your screen. But we do have a wide range of public and private sector individuals you're hearing from today. So first, let's hear who's in the room today. If you please, we'll take a moment. We'll keep this open for about 30 seconds or so. I'll see how it's filling in. We're going to see who exactly is here today. Just click on one of those answers. So just give it a minute or two as people are filling this in. Okay. Getting towards a last chance, watching as the numbers are changing here. Okay, just a few more moments. Last chance, everyone. All righty, let's close and see who's here today. So, just so you know, we have our audience is primarily from regional and local governments. We have people in the trucking industry, folks from rest areas, and federal and state. So we do have a lot of public sector individuals here, and we are so glad you can join us, because this is something that both the public and private sector need to address. So the other item to get us going today, before we hear the context, we're going to now ask one more question of you to get us going, because we want to think about what you're thinking about today. And that is, and now you can please answer this question, and you can select all that apply. So this is a multiple answer option. Please tell us why you think truck parking is an important issue in the 4-state region. So please go ahead and fill this in. We'll wait about 30, 40 seconds for everyone to complete it, and then we'll share the findings. Okay, about 10 or 15 more seconds, and we'll close this poll. All right, we're going to go ahead and close this poll and share what the audience thinks are the critical issues related to truck parking. So again, this is rather interesting. First of all, everyone gathered here today is thinking about operations and freight movement, followed by safety. Then we can talk about regulatory and, importantly, community concerns and a few others mixed in there. So we can all see that we understand that there are a variety of issues, not just physically where the truck parking is located. So now what we're going to do is provide some background on the work that's been done to date and then recent context. And with that, I'm going to be introducing Tom and Jerry. Jerry Bogaz will be speaking first briefly about what's been done in the past in the New York City, the MAP Forum region, followed by Tom Carney, who has led the other workshops. And we'll then be moving into context. So please give us a moment while we get them on the screen here for you. Hi, Jerry.
Great, and good morning, everyone. By the way, Ann, we prefer Jerry and Tom to Tom and Jerry. Just quickly, I'm going to give some information about the discussion that's been had over the past several decades, actually, about truck parking. Really goes back to the late 1990s, and it was one of the first collaborations that happened between MPOs and state DOTs and so forth in our region that led in many ways to the development of the MAP form. So as we've been looking at this issue in the last 2 years, we began by undertaking an inventory of work that was done previously on this issue. And there were a number of activities undertaken during the decade of the 2000s. One of the key activities was the multi-state truck stop inventory and assessment study that was funded by both NIMTIC and NJTPA, and was the first look at truck parking in the 3-state region at that time. We did not include Eastern Pennsylvania. That particular effort ended in 2009, and it found, not surprisingly, that there were capacity issues, that facilities were insufficient to meet demand. It did do an inventory, it looked at utilization rates, and it looked at the impacts and some of the safety impacts of the overcrowding at truck parking facilities. Included drivers doing their own rest areas, sort of ad hoc, and either taking up space that had been intended for automobiles and buses, or using shoulders of roadways and other areas, spilling back into interstate highways. Not a good situation. It also recommended a number of steps that could be taken to jointly begin to address the issues. During the decade of the 2000s, other efforts were undertaken by each of the states, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania. And the then known I-95 Corridor Coalition also looked at this issue. Recently, there have been updates underway of this information by the North Jersey Transportation Planning Authority and what is now the Eastern Transportation Coalition, which was the I-95 Corridor Coalition. New York State has also done some recent work on this. The common themes of all these efforts, not surprisingly, are the need for expanded capacity, the need to disseminate information to truckers about available locations, and that was a highlight of the Eastern Transportation Coalition work, and the need for coordinated action. Clearly, we're working across state boundaries, we're working across MPO boundaries and funding streams and so forth, and a continued need for coordinated action is one of the reasons why we're even talking about this today and having this particular workshop. So I hope that gives a little bit of context for what's been done in the recent past. And I guess I turn it over now to Tom Carney, who's going to talk about FHWA parking workshops in recent months. Tom?
Jerry, can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for attending today. Very, very interesting. This is our first multi-state truck parking event that Federal Highway has been involved in. Very excited, and I thank Jerry and Becky Bradley for the hard work pulling this all together. The Federal Highway, with regard to truck parking, we've been in the game for a long time, but it became real under Safety Lou. And that goes back to 2005, $34 million invested in over 400 new spaces constructed under the program. We saw major IT applications put up in California, Virginia, Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin. A lot of progress, a lot of investment. Map 21, Jason's Law came about, where everyone reported and told us, kind of gave us the picture of the condition of truck parking for long-range truck parking, or the interstate truck parking community, and the challenges out there. The new Jason's Law, we do expect to have the update available shortly. I want everyone to know that it's making its way through the clearance process, and it's going to be out on the street giving us an update on the Jason's Law. We had listening sessions back in 2016 that led to the National Coalition of Truck Parking. Hopefully, most of you have been involved in that conversation, an opportunity to affect truck parking at a national level. National Coalition will be pulling together another meeting over the next 60 days. My colleague Tiffany Julian is the champion on that. And that will be coming out. And also our headquarters office has recently just launched a guide to truck parking, a recommendation from the National Coalition. The guide is designed to help and assist local governments in addressing understanding basically the importance of truck parking, and then looking at how to identify problems and deliver solutions. Like Jerry said, very busy since May 2018. We delivered 11 workshops around the country. You'll hear from Brian Hare in a little while. PennDOT, Pennsylvania, is the winner in the race. They have had 3 workshops, Pittsburgh area, Northeast PA, most recently, just a few weeks ago, in the Lehigh Valley. And in each of the Pennsylvania workshops, the industrial commercial development interests have been present and their voices have been heard. Excellent workshops, great job done there. Last summer, we were blessed to have Denise Mendez host us in New York City, and we had a very, very interesting conversation with regard to truck parking. New York City obviously challenged space-wise. Same thing we heard in San Diego. Lack of space and realty pricing really being a challenge, and interesting conversations. A fellow who stole the show there was Stefano Pascucci, and you will hear him later talk about some of the good work the private sector has done at JFK. Genevieve Clifton, New Jersey DOT, hosted us in October. Very, very strong conversation between Jersey DOT and the Turnpike. Very good conversation there. And then, like I said, most recently, Lehigh Valley is being overrun with distribution center warehouse development. They serve the greater Philadelphia metropolitan area as well as the New York metro area. Fantastic workshop, a lot of participation by private sector in that workshop. We have Massachusetts, Illinois, Ohio, and another one. Harrisburg is still on the list in Pennsylvania. So we have workshops that are still in the pipeline that we expect to be delivering over the next upcoming year. Back to you, Jerry or Ann. Thank you. That's my update.
I guess we go back to Ann at this point.
Yes, thank you very much. We're now going to move into the recent context. So we're first going to be joined by Jacob and Gabby Fassel from NJTPA. We're then going to be hearing from Jeff Short from ATRI, and then I'll be giving a brief update on a truck driver survey that we informally conducted earlier this year. So give us a moment here, and we're going to get going with Jacob and Gabby. Turning it over to you, Jacob.
All right. Thank you, Ann. Hope you all can hear me. Good morning, and I'll try to start setting the context for this conversation that we're going to have today. And the key thing in understanding kind of and defining the truck parking needs regionally is to understand the capacity that we're working with, the truck parking capacity that we're working with as a region. And so as Jerry had mentioned earlier, NJTPA has done an update of this information for our region over the last couple of years, and this included kind of starting with the Jason's Law data and a number of other sources, mining a lot of the websites, the truck driver applications that are used by the community to get this information. We also work closely with our partners at New Jersey DOT in assembling this. And some of the information that we collected, in addition to just the capacity, the general capacity numbers in terms of the truck parking spaces, was information on the truck driver services that are available at these locations, as well as the vehicle services, fueling, and so on. So with that now completed, we've extended this effort to the full Map Forum region using an Esri Hub platform. And for that, I will turn it over to Gabby to talk a little bit more about how we're actually doing this. And I will do that right now. And you should see the website. All right, Gabby.
Thank you, Jacob. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Okay. So in an effort to facilitate and coordinate data collection among the partner agencies regarding truck parking, an application was developed using Esri software and shared with the Map Forum members. The application allows for Map Forum members to edit truck parking locations and add information about the facilities in their area. You know, truck parking is one of many topics that can be found on the Map Forum Hub site. The locations of truck parking facilities can be viewed by the public on the site, as seen here. The map is interactive. You can zoom in and out. You could click on a point, which will open a dialog box with information on that specific location. If you have any additional information on truck parking locations, please reach out to your regional agency so we can keep adding to this application. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gabby. I'm gonna now go back to the slideshow and turn it over to Jeff Short, who's going to talk about how Atri GPS, truck GPS data can be used in helping us identify the truck parking demand that we're facing. So this is kind of the other side. You just heard about the capacity part of the equation, and now we're going to go and talk about the demand side and how the Atri data can be helpful in that. So Jeff.
Thank you, Jacob. If you'll move to the next slide, I'll be talking about some of the work that we did with NJTPA regarding truck parking. I'll also go over some higher level stuff. So if you'll move to the next slide. Atri, as you know, is the American Transportation Research Institute, but the trucking industry is not-for-profit research organization. Next slide. Our board of directors is made up of presidents, CEOs of many of these larger trucking companies and other organizations. And the Research Advisory Committee is on the next slide. And the Research Advisory Committee consistently identifies truck parking projects as top industry priorities to study. And we've got several studies underway. If you'll go to the next slide. Also, in our top industry issues, truck parking is consistently identified as one of the top 10. We go out to thousands of people annually. If you go to the next slide, in particular, we like to show the drivers. Overall, truck parking ranks 5th, but among drivers, it ranks 3rd. Related to that, truck driver compensation, of course, is related to truck parking. We'll see that in the next slide. Hours of service, these are the regulations that require consecutive rest periods. So that's, of course, related. In driver detention, detaining a driver at a shipper facility complicates driver plans for securing a parking space. So next slide, you'll see the driver compensation information. So this ties to driver compensation because we did a report on truck driver parking where we collected information through driver diaries, and every day they wrote down how many minutes they had left in their available hours of service drive time when they found a parking spot and decided to stop for the evening. So the time they chose to park, often because of parking uncertainty, contributed to lower productivity, with 14% leaving more than 2 hours of drive time available, just because they didn't know what was down the road ahead. So next slide, please. So we conducted a truck GPS data analysis with NJTPA. It's still ongoing. But as background, the data we used is truck GPS data. You see an image of that on the left. On the right, we have about 1 million trucks in that GPS database. We do performance measurement analysis, origin, destination, and of course parking. And we've done parking studies in 33 states, including Massa's 8 states. So we'll move to the next slide. Here are some examples of the analysis we've done in the region. This is New York City, where we identified demand for truck trip origins from industrial business zones. Next slide. This is short-term parking, so more of staging in New York City, and particularly in Manhattan. Next slide. The longer-term truck parking locations. This is where these are the areas where longer-term truck parking was needed by trucks. So if we'll move on to the New Jersey, North Jersey study. The study area, we took these interstates and major highways in the region, and we put a half-mile buffer around them, and we divided them next into 69 unique polygons. 26 of them were rest areas, 43 were road segments, generally the on and off ramp into those parking areas. And then we took 2 weeks of data to see what truck parking demand was. We used an expansion factor based on how many trucks were going by with available counter data, highway counter data, which the expansion factor was between 4 and 5. So we'll move to the next slide with some of the results. So average daily truck parking demand at the truck parking areas, the larger the circle, the more demand. Of course, out west in New Jersey, these areas tend to be smaller, but they have the largest amount of demand. If you go to the next slide. And here is where some of the unofficial parking occurred along these corridors. The most we see with parking outside of designated parking areas, parking spaces like on-ramps, off-ramps. Closer to New York City, you get more of that, but of course, Interstate 78 also has plenty of it. Next slide. So that's daily. This is during peak. Where are which truck parking areas are demanded during peak time periods? And again, the larger circles indicate peak demand. Next slide. And for unauthorized, you see the same roadways being demanded, in particular Interstate 78 and 95 near New York City. So next slide, we'll look at some of the unauthorized parking. This is a rest area off I-80. You see a cluster right here. I don't think you are able to see my, Jacob, if you'll just highlight that area with your cursor. And then next slide. Here is off the turnpike. Up at the top of the slide, you see some of the parking there. For the next slide, you can see trucks actually parked in the unauthorized locations on the side and within the parking facility as well. Because as you see, look at all the trucks there. There's just too much demand and not enough supply. Next slide, please. We'll look at Interstate 78. And here you see extensive use of of the on and off ramps. Next slide. Just an image of that type of parking. It's not necessarily being enforced, but it's not the ideal situation. If you'll go to the next slide. At this particular location, we've started looking at what time of day unauthorized parking is demanded the greatest. And here you see, of course, it's 4 to 8 p.m., which is pretty standard. We see that across the country. So with that, I'll turn it back to Anne, and she's going to discuss some of the survey results, I believe.
Thank you, Jeff. As I mentioned earlier, and if you go to the next slide, please, Jacob, truck parking has always been a consideration. And in the early months of the pandemic, the New York City Economic Development Corporation with New York City Department of Transportation opened 2 temporary rest areas as part of the response, one in Staten Island and one in Hunts Point. They then got in touch with us at NJTPA because we were working, and we continue to work with the governor's office and other agencies in New Jersey on the food supply chain and logistics issues. And we started talking about what the drivers were encountering during this initial response, and in particular, the need for truck parking facilities. This is an issue, as Mary noted, of critical importance to the entire MAP Forum region. So we expanded the effort to reach out to truck drivers across the 10 agencies in the MAP Forum, along with New York City DOT, New York City EDC, and the New Jersey Department of Transportation. And getting the survey out, even if it's informal and short, could not be done without the help of the trucking associations. We have several of them here today. The Owner-Operator Independent Driver Association, OIDA, Women in Trucking, the trucking associations in New Jersey, New York, Bi-State Harbor Carriers. Everyone got the word out that this was important. And we received over 300 responses, well, nearly 300 responses from drivers and individuals directly involved with the movement of freight by truck. And we asked them really what had changed during this initial response phase. We asked them about the availability of truck parking facilities, since that was a big concern. And then also, what did they need in terms of those rest areas? Go to the next slide, please, Jacob. We first asked what the biggest obstacle was to delivering product in our 4-state area. Not surprisingly, and ATRI has shown us that GWB is the #1 congested area in the country, congestion on roadways and crossings has been an issue. But what was also startling is the availability of rest areas is right up there as well, across our entire MAP Forum region. And not only that, but if you take a look at the next slide, how did things change during the pandemic? Well, yeah, there were a lot less traffic, but everyone, in terms of the truck drivers, still had trouble finding rest areas and restaurants and places to safely park. This is not only because of hours of service. Hours of service rules were suspended for essential cargo movement, but it's also for staging. That is picking up or dropping off your cargo at various facilities. So we recognize that we're not just dealing with an hours of service situation, but also the need for staging, whether it's because there's going to be a change from peak to off-peak pricing and tolling, or to be available for the appointments at distribution centers, production facilities, or ports. Staging is quite important. And finally, going to the next slide, what kind of services were sought? Most critically, it's having a secure place to park. And we're not just talking about the load. We're talking about a secure place for the drivers as well. And then basic amenities, restrooms, food, and fuel. And again, if you notice, overhead lighting is in there because, again, that's a security measure. So these are items that we need to consider, not only in terms of the regular movement of freight by truck, whether it's for hours of service or for staging, but also as we consider what may be needed if we need emergency truck parking locations. So if you go to the next slide, if you want to download the report, here is the site. We will also post this afterwards, but you can find it in the MAP forum. This is the same page where you can access the information that Gabby and Jacob presented as well. So if we go to the next slide, I will say thank you. And now we're going to take a moment, if you go to the next slide, just to see if there are any questions from the audience. Okay, the only question I'm seeing is about the map, and we just gave you the location. So we're going to keep moving ahead here because we're going to hear from lots of people right now. So as we get going on the private sector panel, here's another question that we'd like to pose to you. So just give a moment, and we are going to ask you in the audience this question, and we want to know what you're thinking. Please select all that apply here. What are the drivers of demand for truck parking in the 4-state region? So it is now open, and please select the ones that you consider important. Okay, just going to give it another minute or so. Okay. All righty, so we're going to close the poll now. And we're going to see what people had to say. And we are going to be joined by everyone here. So very importantly, 83% of everyone here, and we have 114 people currently in attendance at this workshop. 83%, and this does not include our speakers, are saying secure parking and safety. And then again, the services, regulatory, and then other. So with that, we're going to start our private sector panel. Just give us a moment here while we get everybody on the screen here. I think we have everyone. Jacob, do we have everyone?
I think we're missing Thomas Weekly.
Tom, I think you're joining us by phone. Are you online?
I am online, and I am blessing you by not having my picture up there.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you for joining us, and thank you particularly Tom and Ellen for helping disseminate that survey earlier this year. So let's start by going down. We'll go by the list that's on the screen, and please give us your thoughts on what's happening now in terms of truck parking and what really should be considered as we address this issue. So starting with Darren, we'll go from there.
Well, thanks, Ann, and thank you very much for including me in this panel. Yeah, I mean, this is a situation that has been an issue and a growing issue for decades. COVID has kind of thrown everything off. We don't know exactly what will emerge from the pandemic. I think it's safe to say that the trucking industry will continue to move the bulk of the nation's freight. The demand will continue to grow once things hopefully get back to some semblance of normal. And we'll keep having the same problems, especially in this region. The issue has primarily been just a lack of available land, a lack of money, primarily by the private sector, to build new capacity. And on the state side, I think the issue is really, I should say the public sector side, is really that truck parking is not viewed as a safety issue. It's viewed as an operational and capital expense. And unfortunately, when things get tight, it's sort of on the top of the list for getting cut. And I think it's time to sort of change that focus, change that priority, and make sure that it's viewed as a safety issue, not as a simple budget line.
Thank you, Darren. Tom.
Thank you for having us on this particular conference call. This is not a new problem, as Darren said. We've had this. I've been in this business for over 50-some years, so that's one of the reasons my picture's not up there. You wouldn't with grizzly old man talking to you, but I've been around for a long time, and it seems like parking has been a problem for truckers. And I was gone through all the stages of trucking, and was a truck driver for many years, ran a fleet of trucks for a few years, and so forth. So I understand. And firsthand experience, one of our members, Jason Rivenberg, is who Jason's Law is named after, unfortunately lost his life by having felt necessity of parking in an unsafe location. So we remember him and all the others out there who have been in dire situations. The pandemic just, I think, exacerbated the problem to a large extent. Unfortunately, the reaction to the pandemic by a number of states and were to close down the rest areas almost immediately for a number of states. That caused, especially our guys are primarily long haul. We're talking usually 500 miles plus, usually in the 1,000 category. It's our members, some 150,000 plus members that operate over 200,000 trucks out on the road, are away from home usually 150 nights out of the year. So this is a group that really looks for parking more than probably any other group. Very few of our members are dedicated on a dedicated route or regional routes or local routes. They're primarily over the road drivers, and so they're constantly looking for a place to park. Unfortunately, the pandemic, like I say, exacerbated that for them. We did a survey in March along with ATRI of our members and their members, and a nationwide survey. We had over 5,000 responses, and their response were, yes, that it's still a bad problem. They didn't think it was a whole lot worse. 42% of them didn't think it was much worse than usual, but the other 48% of them thought that it was much more difficult to find a place to park, because in one case, a lot of the rest areas in a number of states were closed down. And a lot of unfortunately for, the travel centers also were not closed down, but certainly the amenities weren't there any longer for a lot of them. So that's beginning to ease up quite a bit, and we're seeing more parking, but it's still, especially in the Northeast area where you're all talking about, it's never been good for parking. I think what you're looking at perspectives. I think as you look down the road, a little ways, hopefully everybody said, wow, we can't just be closing up places or these truckers aren't going to have a place to park. And that's a dangerous situation. So hopefully we've learned that from this particular horrible situation. Tom Carney mentioned, I think a change that's going to occur a lot is that you're going to see a lot more warehouses going up rather than delivering into cities and into towns and into the local stores. You're going to see a lot more warehouse loading and unloading, forwarding operations and so forth. And so a lot of the routes are going to be changing. I think that's going to create a problem in that most truck stops and rest areas are built on the internet, and being able to change that, because you're going to see a lot more. I think you're going to see a lot more of especially our type of drivers going to the warehouses and those kinds of things, both picking up and dropping off. And so that's a whole different route, and I'm not sure how that's going to impact, or the fact that it may not be close to rest areas or truck stops any longer. So there has to be some changes there maybe parking in those places. Maybe they need to be, before they get some kind of grant or program, there needs to be something there to say, hey, you're going to have to allow truck parking overnight or something along those lines. So I think I think that it's just, you're going to have a ripple effect here, going to affect so many things we're not even thinking about at this point.
Thank you, Tom. Lisa, you represent the truck stop operators, so let's hear from,
Yes, I
from
do.
your perspective.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Our members provide about 350,000 truck parking spaces across the country. And, you know, one of the things that I notice when we're talking sometimes is that we talk about rest areas. And there was a lot of confusion actually during the pandemic, especially in the beginning. We were getting a lot of phone calls from people saying, why are you closing truck stops? And we said, there are no truck stops that have closed because of the pandemic. Some of them had to close their restaurants, but they all offer some sort of food inside somewhere. And so, you know, there was that confusion. There's a lot of commercial rest areas in your part of the country. And we know from studying that commercial rest areas provide just less parking on average than truck stops do. And so I think in New England and the Northeast, there's fewer truck stops and fewer truck parking spaces, I think, as a result of the commercial rest areas. We looked at, you know, 13 different states and analyzed how many parking spaces per mile. And we found that there were 6.57 spaces per mile on the non-commercialized routes versus 3.88 spaces on the I'm sorry, I had that wrong. 6.57 on the non-commercialized routes, 3.88 parking spaces per mile on the commercialized routes. So that's something that, you know, the Northeast has to grapple with because of the way the toll roads and commercial rest areas are part of that, a part of the area. One of the things that I think our members struggle with, in addition to sort of the economics of truck parking, they struggle with local zoning ordinances, people that are, you know, opposed to having trucks parked in their neighborhoods or in their areas. So, you know, on average, one of my larger members told me that they have about a 2-year period that they have to go through just to get, you know, something constructed because there's a lot of opposition typically. So that's obviously a very long time and a lot of expense. So that's an issue. And I'm just, you know, sometimes you have a problem and you don't know what the solution is. I would think that that is definitely one of those issues. And probably a lot of people on this call are very familiar with that problem. The other is the economic issues. When a truck driver fuels at a truck stop and then they drive somewhere else and park for free, you know, that's not a good economic solution to this problem. The people that are, you know, driving to a truck stop and paying for cheaper fuel because, you know, that particular fuel stop does not have a lot of parking and thus has lower expenses, a lower cost of doing business, you know, and then parks at a large truck stop, but doesn't necessarily buy fuel or anything else, you know, that's very difficult. So we've seen a lot of change in our industry over the last couple of decades where, you know, the smaller truck stops are sometimes doing much better than the larger truck stops. So that's another issue that I think just we need to be mindful of. And I do appreciate being on this panel, and I hope that, you know, if any of the state or regional folks who are on the call, if they are looking at truck parking, to please contact us because we really want to be involved in the conversation. You know, as I said, we provide about 350,000 parking spaces, and that's about 90% of the total on the interstate system. So we want to, you know, help provide a solution to this.
Lisa, thank you. Ellen.
Thank you, Ann. So just a little background, Women in Trucking is a nonprofit association. We have about 5,300 members, mostly in the US, but in 10 states. And a lot of driver members, primarily female, but we do have male truck drivers who are members.
And so the biggest issue we have with truck parking is about safety. We did a best practices study, and we found on a scale of 1 to 10, our drivers rated their safety level at 4.4. And we feel that if you come to work and only feel safe when you're working half the time, what kind of a job is that? So we really are focusing on safety, and that includes working with the truck manufacturers on making sure that we've challenged the manufacturers to put an alarm system in the trucks so that if a driver's sleeping, as Jason Rivenberg, if a driver's sleeping and someone tries to break in, the alarm will go off, lights will flash, horns, and it will alert someone and wake up the driver. So we hope that that'll be available in the future. Lisa also talked about a driver stopping at one truck stop and fueling and eating and then going to another. And I will tell you that for female drivers, a lot of them do that because they don't want other drivers to see a female solo get out of the truck. So I know that some of our members have done that. They'll fuel and eat at one truck stop and go sleep at another so that no one knows it's a solo female. But safety is huge, and we also are working with Lisa and NAPSO on harassment as far as at truck stops, and for us, because of the pandemic, harassment has escalated. I think people are just stressed out and on edge. We are in the middle of a 3-year study on crimes against female drivers with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, so I hope that will come out probably within this year, and we'll have a better grasp on where crimes are taking place and whom. I mean, is it from other drivers? Is it, on the road, whatever? And once we know that, then we can start addressing that. And then one other thing, I asked our drivers what they wanted more of, and you had a great survey, Ann. And one of the things that they asked for is trash cans. And I know that when they stop at some places, there are not available trash cans, and they'd like that has been a top priority. But you had it right on the survey, the restrooms. Women have a higher standard for cleanliness, so and I'm generalizing here, but clean restrooms are a top priority, and water. And Tom mentioned the pandemic and how it's changed things. Here, these drivers are expected to keep their trucks clean and sanitized and themselves sanitized, and yet then they didn't have access to running water. So that has made the issue a little worse during the pandemic, and something that should also be addressed. So safety, I'm going to be talking about safety, as a top priority for truck parking.
Thank you, Ellen. Stefano brings a unique perspective because he operates a truck facility. And I think, Stefano, you can also talk about the difference between hours of service and staging needs in terms of parking.
Sure. Thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. And I think for me, I come from an outsider's perspective. I'm primarily a real estate developer who fell into this project at JFK Airport as far as developing truck parking. So I came into this knowing nothing about trucking, knowing nothing about truck parking or many of the issues, but I quickly became a very popular person in the area because when we went to apply for our license, we were actually the first license issued in New York City for a public truck parking facility, which is kind of hard to believe given how old New York City is, that nobody actually ever had a licensed public parking facility before. It's very interesting to hear, over the years, many concerns and drivers about this issue within the region. I can tell you that we are an oversubscribed truck parking facility currently at JFK. And I believe that part of the reasons for that is we also operate a full plaza facility across the street from the truck parking. So we have, food court, fueling, all of those amenities that I don't think anybody else in New York City kind of has that with the truck parking. But to everybody else's point earlier, we also are on the airport itself, and we are probably in one of the more secure places that you can be in New York City because Homeland is there, FBI is there, NYPD, PAPD. There are probably more badges per 100 feet and camera systems on the airport due to heightened security risks of terrorist attacks that I would say that we find a lot of our demand when we first opened came from the surrounding area because it's definitely not the Upper West Side around JFK Airport. So a lot of the truck drivers left wherever kind of neighborhood spot they had found and came to park at our facility because they felt that they would be safe there. We have extensive cameras, security. We have our own security that also monitors the facilities themselves. More to some of your other points regarding staging, it became very interesting for us that a lot of truckers in the area began to utilize our facility as a staging area. So rather than driving in New York City traffic, burning hours to get to JFK to get cargo, a lot of the truck drivers come in their four-wheel vehicles and swap out their cars for their trucks, and they're already at the cargo facility itself ready to go. So we found that to be a very interesting wrinkle in our business because you can drive by our facility and you'll see a bunch of cars parked there, and people say, well, I thought it was a truck stop and truck parking. What are all those cars doing over there? And we have to explain that those are actually the truck drivers' cars and that they're swapping vehicles and staging out of there because, you know, if you know New York City area traffic, it's not a pleasant experience as it was highlighted in your survey. So our drivers, I think, have an easier time getting to work and leaving work to go home and leaving their rigs behind. So for us, it's been a very interesting experience as far as an operator's perspective, understanding the economics of the business. And as I explained to Tom Kearney last summer when we had met, I think that the perception sometimes about truck parking in urban areas is always the expense because in urban areas the land is very scarce and very pricey. However, I think that you have to look at truck parking as more of a quality of life issue, and you have to ask yourself, public parks don't make money, but they provide quality of life to a community. And so I think that, that for me is the way I perceive the issue itself from the states and local governments is to say, well, look, this is something that you should be doing because private sector is going to always be challenged in a market like New York City to purchase land and make any type of economic return on investment because our land costs, property taxes, and other driving costs make it very, very difficult. But I think that local governments and state governments and other agencies have a responsibility for a quality of life issue that goes through the community by centralizing where truckers are going and the truckers themselves having a good quality of life. So those are my thoughts, and thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you. And I think that everyone has enumerated a number of different aspects that we need to take into consideration. I'm going to throw a poll out to the audience while I let everyone here think also, as we know what capacity we have now, and we know some of the limitations, and we know some of the needs. But now there are also some additional questions about looking into the future, as particularly with a number of public sector agencies in the audience. They may have some questions about where is the industry growing, Where are things coming into play as we consider where to put new facilities, how much facility? So, audience, and we're going to pose your questions to the panel after they answer this one. But first, audience, we now want to hear from you. What could affect the demand for truck parking as we go forward, keeping in mind what you've just heard and your own thoughts. So please take a moment on this poll. Now, again, our panelists can't vote on this, but we do want to hear from you about what you think is going on and how this can be affected. I will note, in terms of length of haul, please think about a lot of the e-commerce activity going on at the moment. I'm seeing a tremendous amount of activity going on here, so we're going to wait a few minutes. One thing about being one of the organizers, I can see real time as people are thinking through how they're answering this question. It's really quite fascinating. So just give it another 20 seconds or so we can get everyone voting into here. Okay. Give it a few more minutes, a few more seconds for folks to weigh in. Please think about this in terms of regulations. We're talking about federal, whether we're talking hours of service, state in terms of overweight, overdimensional, or tolling practices, local in terms of just the availability of space. So at this point, it looks like everyone who's going to answer has answered. I'm going to close the poll and share the results so we can all talk about this as a panel as well. So this is interesting. There's a lot of talk about how automation, autonomous trucks panel. We may want to talk about that. You know, certainly length of haul regulation, and importantly, this is a good point about driver recruitment and retention. Ellen mentioned this about security and safety. And Darren, as we go back to you, I know that Bob Costello has noted that truck parking is also a consideration as we try to attract drivers and retain them in the field. So let me close this down and go back to the panel to talk about as we move into the future and what you think also of what you just saw from that poll.
If I may, I think that one of the key points that I see when I look at this industry and I look at how things are functioning, you know, being at an airport, one of the interesting points of being at an airport is you realize that similar to trucking, they are moving very large transportation units, let's say, between jumbo jets and planes themselves in a congested airspace and in restrictive land. And one thing that always came to mind to me was that how do you get so many planes moving in such an area that's very tight and do it efficiently without having more accidents and more issues? The big part of that was really by having a control tower. And I think that when you look at trucking and how you move commerce within an urban area, everybody's kind of, you know, every man for themselves type of thing. And there is no real control tower that is streamlining the process from an automation perspective. And although they could be self-driving trucks are on the horizon, there is no real control tower in an urban area that's saying, look, we want to move you in and out of here as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And that doesn't really exist. And it's not that it's impossible, because now you have technology that can undertake that type of role. Everybody has heard of like Waze and probably has used it at some point in time. And Waze functions based upon other people using Waze, and it kind of drives that route preference for you. So, you know, when I look at truck parking, I say, look, I know you're coming in here. This is your delivery point, and you're going to have to rest somewhere. There should be some control tower that's going to tell you which runway to take, what gate to park at, and that type of infrastructure. That, to me, it seems like the industry itself is lagging behind that part of business automation in today's world. That's just my thoughts from an outsider.
Lisa, Ellen?
Yeah, if I could just weigh in on what he just said, I thought that he made a couple of really good points. One thing that we do know is that a lot of drivers get information from the companies that they're working for about where to go, and they have fuel optimizers that tell them where they can buy the cheapest fuel. I think it would be great if we could incorporate parking into that somehow. And you know, these companies, the larger trucking companies, are logistics, you know, experts. And so if that was something that they brought into their arrangements with their contracts with the truck stops, I think you would see a lot more parking if it was part of that negotiation. Today, it's not. The only thing that, you know, trucking companies want to know is the price of fuel. And that's what they base their contract arrangements on. It's not about parking. And so even though we know from survey after survey how important it is to the trucking industry, we haven't seen that in terms of the negotiations. So I thought that, you know, if we're going to talk about logistics, that truck parking should be part of that conversation.
Darren?
Yeah. So building off what Stefano said, I guess one of the important facets of that sort of control tower, and I'm not sure you can have that sort of control over this sort of industry, which is, you know, where you have over 500,000 companies. But one crucial part of that is real-time information to where truck parking is available. And there is some technology that helps out with that. But the bottom line is that there simply isn't enough capacity, and that's the thing we have to address. You know, once we have the capacity and a real-time information system in place, we can sort of move toward that control tower kind of scenario. But you know, the current trends, you know, we're going to be adding about 30% more trucks to the road over the next 10 years. Now, maybe with the pandemic, it's 11 to 12 years, but we're going to be adding a lot more trucks to the road, and they have to go somewhere. The truck driver shortage is you know, crucial. You know, the industry is going to have to hire about over 1 million drivers over the next decade to keep up with demand. We're projecting a shortage of about 160,000 drivers by 2028, and this is tied to you know, truck parking. I mean, if you can't give a driver a safe place to sleep for the night, if they're driving around, as the ATRI survey showed, for, you know, they're shutting down up to 2 hours before they need to, and that's taking money out of their you know, out of their pockets. That doesn't make driving an attractive option. In terms of where you know, length of haul is shortening. So what does that mean? It probably means that you're going to have to find a wider range of truck parking options. There's going to be more demand for short-term, for staging, things like that, especially in an area like the 4-state region. And so the state's going to have to get creative as to where those you know, where they can find those kinds of locations.
Ellen, any thoughts?
Yeah, I want to address the recruiting retention part of it. I mean, Darren just stated, you know, there's a huge need for more professional drivers, and our whole goal is to get more women in the trucking industry, and that includes professional drivers. And it's hard to do that when people like Diane Sawyer of 2020 talks about how women are being raped or harassed or, you know, attacked at truck stops. And we're trying to show that this is a great job for women. So the recruiting part of it is huge. And we've got to somehow solve this so that we can get more drivers. And to your point, Darren, if drivers are seeing a negative side of the industry in the non-trucking media, we've got to address that. And that's another one of the issues that we feel is very important, is getting our image team out there doing ride-alongs, giving a positive message about careers here. So, I mean, but truck parking is very much a part of that negative image that this industry has.
Tom, would you like to comment?
Yeah, are we commenting on the audience's response to your last question, or? Because I think the primary thing was on, as I remember, if you can, I don't know if you can pull that back up. They were talking about automation, and you hear so much about automation and how it's going to displace drivers and how it's going to be the panacea for everything, just about, if you're listening to them. But we're talking about a long way down the road here when we're talking about automation. We're not talking about the next 15, 20 years or longer. And, you know, then we're going to move to electric trucks, and we're going to, you know, hydrogen-powered trucks and long haul, et cetera. And that, to me, is just going to increase the problem. Again, most of these automated trucks and so forth are not going to be able to go off of the interstate very far. They're going to have to, like, since we're from Missouri, I kind of call it the Pony Express thing, where suddenly an automated truck has to have some kind of staging area. Try to buy land for a staging area for trucks, and you got the same problems you have for parking. You know, you're not going to have the local community wanting you in their area because of the pollutants or the sound, or in their mind, you're bringing all these nasty truck drivers into their area and so forth. So you're going to have the same problems there with the staging areas, and I don't know how you would do that anyway. So you're going to have more on-ramps, off-ramps, et cetera, and it's just going to be, the price of trucks are going to be tremendous for all the nation to it. So, you know, and then how do you attract drivers, if that's what you're talking about, to something where within 10, 15 years they're predicting you won't even have a job? You know, all this training, we're going to give you a train to be a truck driver, throw it out the window, because now we're going to have a truck without a steering wheel. And yeah, so, you know, it just seems incredulous to me that all of this is focusing on automation. I realize that I'm not a tech person, I'm just an old trucker, and I'm going, okay, you know what? We've been around a whole lot longer than that tech, and it still takes somebody, you know, some human being has to design that tech. So there's still a chance of error in there someplace. It isn't just some robot creating another robot at this point. So I just think there's a lot of problems with that. When people get all worried about this is what's going to, you know, change the need for parking, I don't see that. Still going to have a truck there to pick it up. They're going to have a truck to deliver it. Or I guess now we're doing drones all over the place, but I don't think that's going to happen in the near future either. For, you know, overall, it just seems to me way exaggerating the influence and the power of this automation that's going to change everything.
Thank you, Tom. We've been getting questions and comments from the audience. So I do want to make sure we examine them. Trevor Howard from Newark is asking if anyone can point out some best practice examples of how to fit truck parking and rest areas into various community types, such as urban, rural, and suburban. Lisa, any thoughts on that?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Could you say it again?
He's asking if there's some examples that the panel can point to of how a truck parking facility can best fit in a community. What are some of the best ways from a community standpoint we can think about incorporating a truck parking facility? And then after Lisa, I'm going to ask Stefano, because you've done it.
Maybe we should start with Stefano. I think as far as our members go, they talk a lot about, of course, how important trucks are to getting things from here to there. I mean, everything virtually that we own arrives by truck at some point. And we also talk a lot about how much employment will result from a new truck stop coming up. And because they're often in rural areas, they're big property taxpayers, especially if they're adding a lot of truck parking. So those are the sorts of things that we do to focus on the positive aspects of having a truck stop. But Stefano might have more insight into that.
Well, I think that you, from a private sector perspective, you're always driven a lot by costs. And given that safety is one of the highest ranking issues based upon the discussion here, we were fortunate in that our particular location had safety built in because we were at an airport. I think that in looking at transportation up and down the corridor, I noticed, for example, you have state trooper stations along the highway. You know, my suggestion would be, why not build, truck parking facilities adjacent to these state trooper facilities, because nobody's going to want to cause any trouble next door to the state troopers. So you have a built-in deterrent that really doesn't cost you anything and provides you, ultimate security in that regard. And many times I see these state trooper facilities are right on the highway with nothing else around them. So, I mean, those are like simple things that I would look at. And I think that you obviously are not going to pick high rent districts that have built-in safety in an urban market, because the economics will just never be there and the NIMBYs will crush you. So I think that the smart way to look at it is look at public services that may be inherent in your communities, and how do you leverage infrastructure that's existing and say, well, now I can marry, the security, the built-in security aspects of that existing infrastructure with new infrastructure that I have to build, and I don't have to staff it with armed guards and like barbed wire to make people feel safe. They're inherently safe because they know I'm next door to the police precinct and nobody's going to cause any trouble there. So, I mean, that's just, my thoughts off the top of my head.
I want to note a comment from, okay, Ellen, please.
Well, a couple things. Here in Wisconsin, drivers are allowed to park at scales when they're closed. And I know that there's a little bit of concern, and Stefano, when you said parking next to a police department, a lot of drivers don't want to park at a scale because they're afraid that when law enforcement arrives, they're going to ask, do an inspection or ask for logbooks, check logs or whatever. So as one state trooper said, it's kind of like parking in front of the state patrol when you're going on a pub crawl, right? But to also your point about using underutilized, one of the things that our drivers said is, why couldn't they park in like shopping malls or maybe a movie theater when it's not open at night and things like that? And I realize there's an issue with trash and things like that. I get that. But there's a lot of opportunity for areas that are not being used during the times when drivers need to park. So there's got to be ways in some communities to take advantage of that.
It's a really good point.
Chime in on that too, and I agree, Ellen. As an old driver, that's the last place I'm going to park is next to the state trooper or the police building. That's not where I want to park. Again, and it may just be paranoia, but it's rampant within the industry. When you're a driver, you're paranoid about everything, and I'm not going to want to park next to the state trooper headquarters either. I'd rather have almost any other place to park. We've proposed that idea so many times that there's so many vacant lots, and especially mall parking areas and those kinds of things. But again, those aren't always safe either. And quite honestly, the people just don't want you there. Usually malls are put in urban areas close to housing additions and so forth, and they don't want you there. That's simple. They don't want that big truck there. They don't want to hear it start up at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning and get on the road. They also don't want him there at 7:30, 8 o'clock during rush hour traffic. In fact, they just usually don't want him there unless he's dropping off whatever particular order they order. So, it's just, unfortunately, that's just the way it is. We need to change that image a lot, and unfortunately, a lot of people, a lot of drivers out there, fortunately, compound that problem, but there's also, most of us do not. Most of us try to treat it as a profession and be professional, but like everything else, you're more likely to be judged on the few than what the many are doing.
I think that your challenge that you always have on private property is that we live in the most litigious society in the world, and it's always a question of liability. So I think that every commercial property owner, their biggest concern is liability and the what if. If I welcome everybody to park here, if there's ever an incident, I'm named in the suit or my insurance premiums go up. And I think that that's the challenge, the reality of every commercial property owner. I don't think it's wanting to be mean or kind of turn people away. It's that you're always at risk.
One thing that...
Go ahead, Darren.
Sure, yeah, thanks. One thing that has been looked at is brownfields and sort of old industrial areas are no longer being utilized, where people generally don't tend to live. The problem with that is it's expensive to convert, to clean up those areas, convert them to workable land for truck stop operators. But that's where the public sector can come, step in, provide the money to do that, and then turn it over to the private sector to develop it and create additional capacity. So, but you need some dedicated public funds. We're looking at some federal, options for that. But I think that's something that probably needs to be looked at.
I think that from
a moment and just note some comments from the audience as well, just so because we have so many people attending, I want to make sure that we get some of the thoughts. So Abby Swain just note another way potentially to elevate truck parking as a public funding priority would be to make the case that trucks that would otherwise circulate, queue, or idle on congested streets near ports and other population centers wait at off-site staging areas until a specific appointment time or general off-peak arrival time. To make this tangible, may also require more facilities to use appointment systems. I also want to note, just trying to get through all this, Scott, I cannot pronounce your last name, said, I added a vote for other. How we move forward with freight generating developments will affect the demand. If we allocate for truck parking within those facilities or a shared truck parking bullpen for multiple facilities, that will have a significant impact in a positive way. If we don't, the reverse will be true. Let me just see, in terms of truck parking, finding apps, whatever happened to this, did it not work or wasn't it scalable? So I did want to note that. Let me just see. And Hillary McLaren, who heads up the Workforce Development Implementation Team for the Council on Port Performance Notes, Federal Motor Carrier Safety has been proposing a pilot program for the under 21 drivers, and she did want to note that. So I did want to note some of the comments here. Let me just give you some others as well, because so many people are listening to what you have to say. Josh O'Neill is, to what extent do you think private / commercial parking lot owners will sign up with truck parking reservation platforms like truckpark.com to fill the capacity void for truck parking if states don't step in to provide more capacity? And I just want to, some other comments, and then I'm going to turn it back over to the panel. From Robin, you are forgetting that most mall parking is not built or equipped to handle the weight of trucks. Also, the wear and tear on truck parking lots is very expensive. Let me, and Dan Murray from ATRI also wants to say, I want to agree with Lisa. Our survey data says drivers do not want to park at weigh stations, inspection stations, etc. do want to note, you point out an issue, and I know we have a number of the state authorities here, that it sounds like we have to have some discussions with state police and so forth. So instead of saying, I don't want to go anywhere near those guys, that they are partners in safety. So I just want to see about what the panel thinks of some of the comments you're hearing from the audience here.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I was just going to mention about the truck parking. I think somebody mentioned, are private sector going to participate in the truck parking apps? And a couple of our larger members have their own apps where they take reservations for spaces, and they are expanding that. I think they've been pretty successful with it for the last, I would say, for the largest one, TA, that has done this. They have been doing it for a number of years, and it's getting more popular. But they always limit it to a certain percentage of their parking lots because they want to make sure that most of their parking remains free of charge, because the reservations do cost money. And then Pilot Flying J is the other chain that is doing this with reservations. I'm not aware of any others that are doing it right now.
Hey, Ann, I have a question for all the carriers. It seemed like there was a lot of trucking companies on this call. I wonder if trucking companies, when their own trucks are out, if they would provide other drivers spots in their parking lot when they have empty spaces, because you see a lot of trucking companies, and when the trucks are all out, they've got a lot of space. Those parking lots are meant for heavy duty trucks. So I just wonder if any trucking companies have thought of that.
And I'm going to remind the audience, please feel free to put your comments and responses in the question box. We are trying to read them out and engage everyone in this conversation. And again, I do want to note, this is not a one-off workshop. Well, this is really at the beginning of a regional conversation to address the issue. And Ellen's raised a good point, almost like an Airbnb of availability with those areas if their private fleets are out for the day, if they have space. I also want to throw an idea out, and Becky Bradley from Lehigh Valley may have seen this as well. Before the pandemic, a lot of the distribution centers were building facilities for the drivers to become a more favored location because of the shortage. So they'd have a lounge. And I suspect those lounges are not in use or restricted right now because of pandemic health considerations. But we've also heard of cases at Hunts Point and at Arizona Beverage in New Jersey where provisions are being made to bring mobile fueling vendors and food trucks over for the drivers. So do you see any situation where some of the parking needs may be addressed by the actual facilities? Wait. Have you seen that, Ellen or Darren or Tom?
From Tom, no, we have not seen much of that. That again, something that's been proposed many times. Again, probably a liability issue. Most of the time, some of the biggest problems our guys face is, they get held in detention, which is happening a lot more under the pandemic, as a combined study that we did with ATRI. They're being held even longer, probably because there aren't enough warehouse people to handle the loads and unload and load the trucks as there used to be right now. And when they close up, they don't want you on their property. And we assume it's probably a liability issue to some extent. But it's like, okay, we've held you for 6 hours, but we still don't have your load ready. You'll have to come back tomorrow morning, and then he's got to go someplace to try to park. And so we're not seeing much of that, especially in the Northeast area is a horrible part of the world and our world in order to deliver to, because of the congestion and so forth up there. It's hard to even get drivers to go to New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, because of a lot of it because of the parking situation, along with tolls and congestion and a lot of other things up there. But it just we're not seeing a lot of help with that, along with industry. And let me a little bit also to a comment that was made earlier about there are parking spots that might be utilized in terms of industrial districts that have been basically shut down or so forth. That would not be a good thing, especially for Ellen's group. I would not want somebody in Kansas City to go to what we call the West Bottoms or the East Bottoms, which at one time was an industrial area, which is closed up. And there's probably more crime. There's more homeless people. There's all kinds of things down there. Not a safe area to go to at all. So, that's one of those spots where it would take a tremendous cleanup effort and so forth for that to be a workable solution.
I note Scott Gretheth has added, when a weigh station makes it clear that truckers are welcome to park and they provide a separate exit lane, as the Kentucky Patrol does, those locations are fully utilized. I park in those weigh stations on a very regular basis over my 1 mile, my 1 million plus accident-free miles of driving, and that's also very good to hear. Bill Kuttner notes if a large new parking area can be built where land is cheap, trucks just passing through would gravitate there and free up existing spaces closer to the urban core. We are just about, okay. Andrew Ladowski from New Jersey DOT notes that New Jersey tried at the I-78 rest stations near the PA border, and due to issues with parking when the stations were closed, they banned it. So, something else to consider. That was from the New Jersey State Police. So, but we are getting towards the end of our panel. So I just want to go through. We'll go Darren, Tom, Lisa, Ellen, Stefano. Any last words? We have a public sector panel coming up after this. But as we move forward, just final thoughts on how we can best move forward to address the parking issue. So again, Darren, Thomas, Lisa, Ellen, and Stefano, go from you.
All right, I guess I'll start. Yeah, in the end, it's all about priorities and attitude. Right now, I think parking, especially rest areas, are regarded by a lot of states as a nice to have, not a must have. And so you see that when, especially in this region, where when states have budget issues, what's the first thing they cut? They mothball some of their rest areas. Would a state stop maintaining a traffic light or a grade crossing? No, because they're considered safety infrastructure. They have to start considering parking as part of the safety infrastructure. When things, budget-wise go bad, that should be the last thing they look at for cuts. They also need to look at, federal and state funds available to help private sector develop additional parking. So, it's time to start, to just change the approach to truck parking and view it as a public imperative. So thank you again for having me on this panel.
Tom?
Yeah, a little bit of obviously cynicism going to come from me since 50 years of doing this. Right now, we're living a high life in terms of people actually see us as important and essential. That will last for another probably a couple of 3 months until the pandemic hopefully dies down, and then we'll be non-essential people to a lot of people. I think probably, to me, one of the hopes that's out there is that a study that actually was done in New York, I think industrial area by the Rensselaer Institute, where they actually opened up for nighttime deliveries. And a lot of these places are not willing to do that because it's for them, it's cost. You have to have warehousemen on duty, et cetera, et cetera. It wound up being cheaper for them, though, in the long run, because trucks could get in there and out of there. And didn't have to park anywhere close because there was not much traffic at midnight to 2 in the morning. You could get in, you could load or get unloaded and get out of the city without any additional money except for staff there at the warehouses. I think that needs to be encouraged and show that it can be cost effective without, you're not spending a lot of money otherwise for buildings or parking areas, et cetera. And drivers would love it because you can get in and out, especially the areas that you guys are in, it's just very difficult to get in and out of there. So that's my hope that more of the warehouses and the companies do that, that they allow that off time loading and unloading.
Thank you. Lisa?
Yes, I would say that, we appreciate the opportunity to be on. I appreciate the opportunity to be on. I think that this kind of conversation is really helpful to get a lot of different stakeholders involved. And we do believe that the public sector is an important part of this discussion because of the safety issues involved. But we also need to realize that almost 9 in 10 spaces in our country are provided by the private sector. And so, when we're looking at how we can best utilize these spaces, how we can encourage the development of more spaces, we know the private sector can do it quicker and cheaper than the public sector can. As far as creating incentives for that, we're open to those ideas, but our members often tell me, well, we don't need a handout. We just, we respond to the market. And so I think what we really need to do is change the thinking on behalf of a lot of the trucking companies that this is an issue that they need to care about enough to make it part of their negotiations. They will change and move to another truck stop for fuel over, a half a cent a gallon. But they never bring up truck parking. And this is something that has to change. If that changed, I can almost guarantee that truck parking issues in lots of parts of the country would eventually take care of themselves because the private sector would respond. Now there's a lot of, especially a lot of our newer members don't have a lot of truck parking. They are getting a lot more diesel gallons that are being driven to their locations, I think because of the shorter hauls. But I do believe that the trucking industry does need to take this on as a priority for them, as well as having the public sector prioritize it as well. I agree with what Darren said, but I do also think the trucking companies bear a lot of responsibility here. So again, I thank you for allowing me to talk to you today.
Lisa, thank you. Ellen?
I'll just make it short and sweet. For us, safety is a huge priority, whether it's at truck stops or off-site areas, or even at scales. But safety has to be a priority for this industry, and not just for female drivers, but for male drivers as well, because they need to be able to sleep in their trucks and know that they can sleep in their trucks and not be disturbed. So I'm just going to keep preaching the safety message.
It's important to us all, and thank you. Stefano?
I would say that from my perspective, with all the state, federal, local agencies that are on the call, every local government, state government has land. Land exists, and I think there's an abundance of private sector that wants to always invest in a good business. I think the challenge in urban centers is the land cost and the thinking. There's a reason why there aren't TA America centers all over Brooklyn and Queens, because they will never make it pay. So I think that the approach to structuring a deal can be done through public-private partnership. I think that if you have the right mindset of saying, well, the state government isn't in the business of running truck stops and doesn't want to, I think we know that the model of having a rest area with a vending machine will never pan out economically. So I think that how you look at the deal and how you structure a P3 kind of project to address the concerns is possible if everybody has an open mind and is coming to contribute their strengths to the deal. So my take is I'm always looking for great opportunities. I've learned a lot through this business, and if there are state agencies, local agencies that have land that it doesn't know how to build a truck stop area or how to make the economics work, if there's a will, there's always a way, in my opinion. And so I'd like to thank you for allowing me to participate in this as well today.
Well, you can't hear the audience. Let us all just thank our panel very, very much for their insights and observations today. I hope that you'll stay around as we move to the public sector panel. So thank you very, very much for your insights. Now, before we get to the next panel, which is from our public sector, I first want to note Becky Bradley from Lehigh Valley indicated that most municipalities are requiring driver facilities on site now in the Lehigh Valley. We have worked with them to amend ordinances to make it part of local zoning and subdivision and land development. And Trevor, I think that helps answer your question as well. And again, thank you to the panel. So now, as we get going on our public sector panel, before that, we do want to pose a question to you, the audience. So you've heard from the private sector, you've heard the context, but we now want you in the audience to tell us what you think the key constraints are for truck parking in the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut area. So the poll is now open, and we ask that you vote on this. I give everyone a few more minutes. All righty. Last chance. Oh, still seeing a few votes come in. Okay, I'm going to close it. And again, our panel members cannot be this. This is strictly the audience answering. So I'm going to close it. And we're getting our public sector panel going as we do that. I'm going to share the results. So bear with. So now again, I think we have the right audience to discuss these issues. So the key constraints, community concerns, and availability of property, followed by the cost of developing facilities. So Jerry, as we get going on the panel, and it's interesting, no one's talking about profitability, but Lisa and Stefano brought that up very clearly about the importance of considering that a lot of these facilities are run by the private sector who really need to be able to make it work from a financial standpoint. So I'm going to make certain that we have our panel members. Give us a moment.
So Ann, as you're doing that, as we get the panel together, I just wanted to say thank you also to the FHWA Resource Center, our partners in this session today. They've been a great help. They've done the smaller, more localized workshops, as Tom pointed out, and now they're trying to help us to pull a regional view together. So thank you very much for that, Tom and Gautam and Dan and others for your help in this. So we are following a very excellent discussion amongst the private sector panelists. So we got to be on our game, public sector panel. And I want to try to hook this in as much as possible to the points that were raised in the earlier panels. First of all, I just want to point out who we have. We have David Rosenberg from New York State Department of Transportation, Denise Mendez from the New York City Department of Transportation, Genevieve Clifton from the New Jersey Department of Transportation, Brian Hare from Pennsylvania DOT, and Mauricio Garcia Theron from Connecticut DOT. So we have a broad range here, and New York City is represented individually because it has a unique role in this multi-state region, obviously. So let me start by just asking the panelists, and we're going to go from west to east here, to just talk about your perception, your state or municipal perception of the situation from a public perspective. So very general question, starting with the Keystone State, starting with Brian Hare. So go for it, Brian.
Jerry, can you hear me?
Yes, you're really good.
Excellent, thank you. And thanks for this opportunity. It's great to participate, and it's certainly always great to hear from the private sector, especially on this issue. And I think it was Darren that made the comment earlier about the need for kind of a culture change. And I'll say, I'd like to say PennDOT is in that process of changing. Certainly considering truck parking, certainly considering what it means to mobility, what it means to the goods movement, and certainly what it means to safety. We heard a lot about that today. But we certainly know we can't go it alone. So these types of opportunities are greatly appreciated as we move down that path. So we've done a number of things within PennDOT to address, or to at least start to approach the truck parking issue, I'll say. And you heard Tom Kearney mention the roundtables, and we have participated in 3 of those, most recently in the Lehigh Valley, as you heard. Thank you to Becky for that. Thank you to Federal Highway Administration for your support of those efforts. And it's really the stakeholder engagement that adds all the value to that to the roundtables. We have a freight plan that we're in the process of updating right now, and I can assure you that the truck parking is a key component of our statewide freight plan. And we will have a freight forum to get stakeholders engaged from the private sector and beyond. They tell me that the freight forum right now is scheduled for November 5th. It will be virtual, which means we have the capacity for 10,000 participants. I don't know that we'll achieve that, but the other day, that's what our team informed me of. So stay tuned. Looking forward to that. We have a small truck parking work group that we've created to help identify issues and move forward with issues that actually came out of a freight summit that we had about 2 years ago in the Lehigh Valley, as a matter of fact. Not coincidentally, I'll add. And one of the things we did coming out of that is created a state team to deal with an internal group to focus on the truck parking issue specifically. We pulled in Mr. Tom Phelan, who is a national expert on truck parking issues. So we currently still have Tom. Tom's a big thinker, so Tom's a good person to have on your side when it comes to dealing with issues like truck parking. He's got a good national perspective. And another thing that we've done recently, end of 2018, is issued a truck parking request for information through our public-private partnership office at PennDOT. The RFI was issued in late 2018. We heard from, fortunately, I'm pleased to say, truck stop operators, highway design, finance, highway design, build, finance interest. We heard from the technology sector, who we've heard reference to today already, as well as property owners. So we appreciate those, and I think some folks on the call today, or on our meeting today, may have participated in that. We heard from a range of items like, what's PennDOT's responsibility, parking needs during emergencies that has been discussed a bit today, cost and regulatory process to construct new truck stops. We heard discussion of long haul versus short haul. So a range of activities going on, and I can talk more about our truck parking action plan as we move forward today.
Brian, thank you. And thank you for being the other person to wear headgear today. Appreciate that. So going to move east to Genevieve. And Genevieve, your stage lighting is kind of dim at this point. You're pretty much a silhouette, but I'm sure we can hear you. So
I'm often referred to as a confidential witness, Jerry. So, from New Jersey's perspective, this is something that we have been very much focused on, both my Office of Freight Planning and our freight team. And I think what's best about today is being able to hear from the private sector, because it really helps me to know that, we're headed in the right direction at NJDOT in terms of how we're looking and planning for truck parking and truck parking. And in some ways, I almost think that is a misnomer for many of the reasons pointed out by the private sector folks earlier today. We really need to look at it more along the line of perhaps driver safety and security workshops, or driver safety and rest area availability workshops, or whatever the right verbiage might be to try to change the mindset of some of the public sector folks from what Darren pointed out, which is that this isn't always looked at as a safety or security type concern, but it's more looked at as a maintenance and operational expense. And that's not going away as our budgets are being squeezed. So we want to look at our freight plan. We want to look at having continued discussion. We've been very focused at looking at some of the private sector models. Arizona Beverages in New Jersey, for those of you that aren't familiar, has been an outstanding partner in terms of its trucking fleet and its trucking partners. We're also looking at some of the models that Cabela's has used and some others. So we are going to continue to try to look at ways to incentivize and facilitate and educate in terms of truck parking, or whatever verbiage we want to use here in the tri-state area to try to advance, really being more helpful to our trucking partners. It just on a personal note, I had an uncle who was a long-haul trucker, and I remember very fondly sort of being at his house and in his cab as a child. And so I have a bit of a soft spot in making sure that truck drivers are well tended to and have what they need to provide the rest of us what we need.
Great, thank you. And it's not just the tri-state region. I mean, it has been for many years, but it certainly is 4 states now, and Eastern Pennsylvania is very important to the discussion. Moving further east, I want to do the city first, and then do New York State, and then finish up with Connecticut. So, Denise Mendez, you're up.
Awesome. Thank you, Jerry. Can everyone hear me? Awesome. Great. I think just echoing a lot of the discussions that we've heard today, we're hearing some common themes, and that really underscores that there is some consensus in terms of some steps moving forward. So I'm really inspired by the conversations that we've had at this level. The truck parking, overnight truck parking issue within the New York City area, I think has been a longstanding issue, and the industry has given us feedback over the years. I think this has come into focus over the last 4 years through the development of our freight plan and our freight advisory committee, where these discussions were really, came to the forefront. I think the industry has also expressed some pessimism about seeing some change, particularly as they haven't seen as much progress from the public sector as well. So we had a lot of kind of building of trust in terms of conversation to at least move this forward. Last year, we worked with FHWA and Tom Kearney and Scottam as well to deliver our first truck parking workshop to really think about solutions, some short-term as well as near-term, longer-term solutions for addressing truck parking in the region. But I think some of the things that we've unearthed so far is just really there are a series of different types of demand, whether it be in transit demand, whether it be folks that are looking for staging to make a delivery. If it's an off-hour delivery, they need a place to be able to stage before they get to their customer. And then some folks who may be domiciled here in the New York City area, but don't necessarily have a place to store their vehicle when they're going in, when they're coming out from work. So we saw that there were a diverse set of needs. And in addition to that, the issues with not having an adequate space to be able to find parking within the New York City area. So seriously, a combination of things. I think on our end, we certainly get a lot of community pushback and concerns around truck parking, particularly where we have adjacent land uses that have a little bit more conflict. What we did learn, I think, from the workshops is really that we need to be selling truck parking as a public amenity and thinking about this as a campaign for highlighting the public good and the benefits of that truck drivers bring to the economy and livability of our communities. So those are, I think, the most important pieces that we heard out of our truck parking workshops and our conversations moving forward.
Thank you, Denise. So David Rosenberg is on. I don't see his image, but David, are you hearing me?
I am hearing you, Jerry, and I am not on the webcam. So as long
Great.
as you can hear me, we're okay.
We can hear fine, and you're going to talk about your take on this from the perspective of New York State Department of Transportation, and we'll finish up
Yeah,
with Mauricio.
Jerry, thank you. I appreciate the invitation to attend, and I really appreciate the perspective of the private sector. I did work in the trucking industry for 20 years, so I do have a little bit of that perspective. But I think whenever we talk about this, that private sector perspective is critical. But statewide, you know, New York has public and private sector truck parking facilities. And, you know, they're diverse in ownership and services available. So I want to echo what was said earlier. Like other states, the majority of the truck parking spaces are provided by the private sector. And we really need to keep that in mind. So New York State has a breakout of the facilities for truck parking. New York State DOT has rest areas. We have 36 facilities for truck parking. They essentially are a restroom and vending. Due to federal regulations, we are only allowed limited commercial services at the rest areas on the interstate system. So we also have the New York State Thruway Authority. They have 27 service areas. And the difference between a service area and a rest area, so on the thruway system, they can provide commercial services such as food and fuel. And then we have quite a few private facilities across the state, you know, truck stops, travel centers. And these are generally located just off the interstate. But when we look at this as a system, we have 6,000 truck parking spaces in the state between the public and private sector. But the private sector provides approximately 75% of the truck parking spaces in New York State. And I'm going to be a little bit optimistic. We've actually seen private facilities over the last couple of years come into the state and add truck parking spaces. And when we look at the demand, you know, statewide, recognizing that New York, you know, has a huge urban center, but we also have upstate areas and rural areas. So when we look at the demand, we've actually seen the demand at some facilities with the opening of the private facilities and the increase of truck parking, where we have capacity, which we see as very positive because we have room to grow. Because as was mentioned earlier, truck traffic is going to increase. So we just see, you know, when we look at this, we look at this or try to look at this as a system, because our rest areas are a small part of the overall system. So we do have, like was mentioned with New Jersey DOT, we do have a map. We have a database of all these facilities. And we just want to continue to update that. So we're looking at the system. And so that's really a statewide overview, Jerry.
Okay, thank you so much, David. And we're going to finish up on the east with Mauricio from Connecticut DOT.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mauricio from Connecticut DOT. Thank you for inviting me today to this meeting. From Connecticut perspective, we acknowledge that the lack of available truck parking or truck drivers not knowing where parking would be available is causing a huge impact on safety. We acknowledge that we as an agency, we have a responsibility to maintain highway safety, but the government is not the only solution for the problem. We will need a huge cooperation from the private sector, stakeholder engagement, local level engagement, and the truck industry. As we are going to update the freight plans in the near future, this is going to provide us a huge opportunity to engage all people that need to come on board to make this a top priority for us. And we have to also make sure that this engagement continues. This shouldn't be only from the freight plan perspective, but continue conversation in the future. I think the truck parking problem, there are many aspects that are preventing us from effectively addressing the problems. We have funding issues. We as a state agencies, we face with budget constraints. We always have this question, how can these truck parking projects compete with other priorities like bridge projects, maintenance projects, rail projects, or just the typical road maintenance projects? And we also have to acknowledge the fact that it's not only about building new facilities. We need funding to operate them and maintain them as well. I think there is also a huge problem in terms of educating the public, the general public, about what is the real impact of the problem. I do believe that the general public, our political leaders, or even within our own agencies at the executive levels, we are not doing a very good educating them about the impact on safety and that the freight issue has on us. I do believe the public, we all like our goods coming on time. We enjoy receiving our goods, but we don't think further in terms like who brings these trucks, what amenities are needed for these truck drivers to keep them safe on the road. We need better education on that. I do believe from Connecticut's perspective, though, the main challenge that we are having is how do we find available land to construct these new facilities or expand new facilities? We have to remember that in Connecticut, our main freight corridors are located in very dense populated areas. So there are a lot of constraints in terms of people opposing the construction of these new facilities. They don't want these facilities close to their neighborhoods. So I do believe from the Connecticut perspective, that's the big issue for us. We shouldn't also forget that it's not only about building new facilities, it's also providing modern and safe facilities with adequate amenities, such as available food, toilets, showers, so the truck drivers feel safe and comfortable. I think those are my initial thoughts about the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauricio. And thank you to all for your opening round there. What we're going to do is I'm going to ask a series of follow-up questions, which may be directed at individuals or the panel as a whole. We're going to do that till about 12:15 or so, and then we do want to see if there are any questions coming in through the chat pod. So at that point, around 12:15, since Ann is at the control console, I guess, for the entire event, we'll just ask her if there are any individual questions coming in from the audience for the balance of the panel. So we did hear in the private sector panel that pretty strongly that that there was a necessary public role in the provision of parking. We also heard that safety is an issue, and part of the public sector role is traffic safety. I think, Mauricio, you've had situations in Connecticut, particularly where the spillback from truck parking facilities onto the roadway becomes a traffic safety issue. So, safety, there's two levels. There's traffic safety. There's also the safety of the drivers themselves and their comfort. So given that it's pretty clear that the private sector sees that there's a public role, even though 3/4 of the parking is provided privately. I want to ask some questions about first two things: public funding and policies, and then also the issue of land and local zoning. I want to deal with the second part first and just ask Denise, since you're a municipal representative here, how has the city looked at, or has the city looked at the issue of local zoning and land availability within New York City for potentially expanding truck parking in the city?
So I think that's a really great question. We have done some informal analysis, but not on a larger scale. But I think that really underscores that this problem, or the solution, really requires a lot of different agencies at the table that own different parts of this issue, right? So we need to address land use and zoning accommodations. We also need to think about the transportation network servicing some of these areas, right? So it's a multifaceted approach. And for us, it requires coordination with Department of City Planning. It requires coordination with New York City Economic Development Corporation, because like, when you think about land development, you also think about the economic development supporting that as well. So we have had initial conversations, but I think this is just the beginning of like really what that could look like. We are seeing a lot more distribution centers and those types of facilities that are popping up, particularly within an urban environment, to support just-in-time delivery. But as these developments are coming online in manufacturing or industrial areas where we know trucks are, it might be a good opportunity to explore opportunities to have these as add-on as part of the land use and zoning development. But that hasn't, I think that's definitely the next frontier of like what we would have to look at. But I can't necessarily speak on behalf of Department of City Planning. I think we can work closely with them on that.
Understood that point. So for the state representatives, the state level representatives, have you been looking at land availability when you're looking at truck parking in your statewide planning framework for not only for truck parking, but also for goods movement in general? Any thoughts from any of the state representatives?
Jerry, I'd be happy to jump in here to say that, you know, obviously the location needs to make sense, right? Where we're looking. We often speak with our partners at the New Jersey Turnpike Authority when we talk about truck parking, and they say we have, you know, this area, they're all underutilized. So we have been looking, you know, pretty closely at the same type of thoughts that I think it was Ellen that had spoke about earlier, looking at malls, looking at underutilized area, looking at movie theaters and parking lots and things that perhaps we can start to hone in on and perhaps do some groundwork. I tend to be of the mind, though, and I think it was Lisa that had said this, that the private sector, Stefano and folks like him can do this far faster and cheaper than we can. But I'm thinking that if we can do some more analysis of underutilized areas, underutilized properties, and perhaps get some of that look-see out of the way. Where is the need? Working with partners like Becky or like New York City or the folks at our partners at DVRPC, and you know, where do we need this? Where do we need to site this? And maybe we can, as a part of our planning effort, dig deeper into what are the right locations, and then what do those locations need? Check off the fatal flaws, and then offer that sort of analysis to private sector partners. I mean, that's the type of thing we've been kicking around and looking at as opportunities with our future freight planning efforts.
Okay.
This is Mauricio again. I think I agree. Location is key. We don't want to build parking facilities where we don't need them, essentially. What we are doing is we have to thank our state police department. They have been key for us to helping identifying those key locations. So we already know where the locations are. Again, we have the barrier about land use. People don't want those facilities close to them. But what we are also doing is, for every major project that we have in design, for example, Connecticut DOT has asked designers to include the issue of addressing land parking. Can we accommodate for any of our major projects in the state, find available land for us? So we, for example, we did it for a highway project on I-84 between Exit 3 and 8 in Danbury. We asked engineers, please study the area if there is a possibility to include land space within that project. We did, but then again, we came to the problem. We can facilitate the area in that project, but again, it's not only about building the facility. It's also about the cost of operating and maintaining the facility. So that's where it comes, or we should expect private sector help in that. But I also do believe the land issue, our MPOs will play an important role. We really need to coordinate with our MPOs, and we will like them to help us coordinate with their town members, because this is an issue that it has to be addressed at the local level. We as a state, we are willing to participate, but we understand this is a local issue as well. So our NPOs are going to be a key player in this issue.
Understood. So I want to ask Brian and David to weigh in on the other part of that question, which was the issue of public funding for truck parking, and also the issue of policies, public policies, things like demand management policies, similar to what's happening in New York City with off-peak delivery, but there may be others. What do you see in your states as the role of both funding and statewide policies in trying to address some of these issues of truck parking? Brian, you want to go first?
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. I was all teed up and ready to answer the land use issue, but you threw me a curve, so I'm okay with that too. But the funding issue, not that the land use issue is easy. The funding issue is much more difficult. It's complicated, and I'm sure that's not unique to PennDOT on managing our infrastructure. So we really need to be creative in how we approach this, and maybe that's one opportunity for us to work with MAP, the MAP forum specifically, and certainly with federal highways in a more broad sense as far as funding goes. But you know, what are those innovative approaches we can use? I believe Denise mentioned working with her economic development organization. One thing I did mention in my intro at PennDOT is that not only do we have a small group working on truck parking, we also have a freight work group. And not long after we started that, about 2 years ago or so, our Department of Economic Development approached me and said, "Hey, we're here and you're concerned about freight and you're concerned about truck parking. We think we have some opportunities." And we actually started a series of meetings with that group, and they've now joined our freight work group. So it's exciting that organization, the folks that are providing support for economic development across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it came to us and said, "Yeah, we think there's opportunities where we could help you just up the street from me. I'm on Interstate 83 in South Central PA, and we have 2 separate million square foot facilities going in, distribution facilities going in, and it's immediately adjacent to a truckway area." So the thought, after the fact, was just that opportunity development site that Pennsylvania contributed to, participate in the development, and there was truck parking immediately adjacent to it. Could we have gotten into some public-private partnership possibly to negotiate maybe opportunities for truck parking? So it's those types of examples. That's just one example, but how do we work with our MPOs, and how do we work with other partners across the state with commerce and economic development to seek out those opportunities to work together? It's not just unfortunately, it's not a federal highway problem to solve. It's not a PennDOT problem to solve, but I think collaboratively there's a lot of opportunities that we could seek out.
Great, thanks, Brian. Sorry for the curveball. So David, why don't you take a crack at that also?
Yeah, I'm going to just briefly on the land use, we do look at where we have the most demand. Our customers are telling us that's where they're looking for more truck parking. So, on the land use, I think that's the first key. Where is the demand? We don't have excessive demand everywhere. So on the land use, that's our first step. Where do we have demand and what can we do? So as far as the funding, yeah, I would agree with Brian, and I think this is probably pretty similar. Rest areas, they're difficult to build, and they're very, they're costly to build, can be difficult to build, I'll say it that way, in the sense of where it is and those types of things and feedback from others. But they're expensive to operate. We're staffing some of our rest areas 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So it has a significant impact, on the budgets. So we do see rest areas, I believe, as a safety issue. During the freight plan, we heard it loud and clear from Tanny and from OIDA, and I believe the message was received. They're critical for safety.
Thank you, David. I want to bring Genevieve back into the discussion too, and just ask about the idea that was floated about, well, it was the control tower concept, but whether we can do that, or is it something that can be done in terms of coordinating truck movements? Has there been any look at that at the statewide level in New Jersey?
I wouldn't say it's been looked at the statewide level in New Jersey. Andrew Ladossi and my team, working with all of our MPOs, had done a great job. I think we spoke about it earlier in terms of mapping available sites and trying to be able to promote that availability. And there are other areas in the DOT that are looking at technology and doing some demonstrations in terms of working with the trucking community to promote availability and show availability. But beyond that, we've really looked to our NPO partners to do some of that. And I'll just take a moment to say, TPA has been outstanding, and Anne and her team has just been really outstanding in taking the lead and, organizing and facilitating exactly this type of forum, I think, to do exactly that, right? To look at a more ground control style approach. How can we sort of move things in a more holistic fashion? But again, from the state's perspective, when we started to look at things statewide, it immediately pointed right back to land use considerations and demand. So it's almost as if we can sort of scale down a bit of that perspective to really try to focus on where the most need resides.
Thanks, Genevieve. I want to. Yes.
I was just going to add just a few things. In some of the analysis that we had done, we saw that the areas that were available were really costly to develop. Either they were close to marsh areas or other land, so that creates a bit more of a challenge. We also looked at proximity to the highway network, right? So in terms of how far the truck driver may have to deviate from the network to get to a particular site. So those are some other criteria that we looked at as well.
So just to follow up on that, Denise, again, since you're at the more local level, underutilized facilities, brownfields, those types of opportunities, have you given them any attention? Will you?
We've done some analysis. I think we had to come up with a criteria for citing available parcels. And part of that is what is the right size and shape. We've also heard feedback from the industry or developers about, the right size might be a rectangular or a square type of platform in terms of layout for a truck parking facility, so you can maximize how many trucks you can fit on a particular site and other amenities. I'd also offer that if there are other amenities, you have to think about workforce mobility and how those folks that are manning or staffing those areas are getting to and from those facilities as well. But yeah, we have looked at it. It's still something that I think that either some of the sites are too small, or if they are bigger, they're kind of a weird size, and it takes a lot more to kind of grade that, whether it be the pavement and other things and other amenities.
It's akin to intermodal facilities in many ways. Mauricio, I just want to bring you in and ask you about law enforcement issues. How much of that has come up we heard a lot about that in the private sector discussion. How much of that has come up in the Connecticut discussion in terms of not only the provision of these facilities, but also the safety of the drivers at the facilities with law enforcement, and then also the enforcement of regulations related to trucks and where they can stop and rest?
Again, law enforcement has been very helpful for us in providing us data. What we have received from them is they don't ticket truck drivers that are illegally parked. They don't try to enforce the law because they know that probably a truck driver who is parked illegally was probably because this person already exceeded the allowable time that federally mandated hours allowed him to do, or we know that that person didn't find a spot where to park legally. So what they typically do, they warn them, or they just try to help them and try to guide them where truck safer location would be. But they are not actually enforcing the law, like giving a ticket to this truck driver or anything like that. Because we already know the problem. We cannot enforce it because we cannot tell these truck drivers, we as a state, we are not providing them the facilities, or our park facilities are overcrowded. They don't kind of find a right spot to park.
Thank you, Marisa. Let me just ask, if I could now, in the last 10 minutes or so, Anne, any questions coming in through the from the audience that we want to float to the panelists at this point?
Yes, and look in the chat box as well. I've been copying them over to it. Let me bring up these questions so you can see that we have a number of comments from people as well. Abby Swain notes that, or says, how many of the sort of people who turn out for public hearings on citing truck parking facilities know a truck driver personally and therefore value the safety of drivers highly enough to sacrifice the neighborhood quality of life to truck traffic, noise, and fumes? Similarly, how many neighborhoods are willing to accommodate the broad public good of freight delivery in their private backyards? I think we're kidding ourselves that these are strong enough selling points. So I do want to note that, and as you're thinking about that, Andrew Genn notes, also think we need to call it something else than truck parking. These areas really are freight support areas because without places for fuel, food, and rest, the freight system doesn't work. Truck parking sounds optional. And I do want to personally comment, Andrew, I agree. Even with industrial parks, there was a problem with using that name, so it became business gateways. So image can be everything. And also from Bill Kuttner, it's easier to build rest areas and truck stops in places where the need is less. So I'm just making sure that we have all the comments from the audience. So I think you have them all there.
Thank you, Anne. So let me take part of one of those items and talk about the issue of community relations. You all touched on it in your opening. You know, the education of local officials, the liaison with local officials to try to make this more palatable. Even the renaming of what it is potentially, or the branding of what it is. Starting with, let's start with Brian. Let's go west to east again. How does that factor into the type of work at the state level? And then, of course, I want to hear what Denise is doing at the more local level. Brian, you want to start?
There we go. Yeah, I could certainly start. I'm intrigued by the whole safety issue first. I just wanted to say, and the human part of that. And by the way, I like fulfillment centers, so I'm not sure if there's a way to merge the fulfillment center with the whole, I think the bullpen was a term that was brought up by the private sector as ways to better market that. But yeah, and you know, I'd like to, and just real quick, the thought is on the human side of this. You know, it maybe not everyone understands or can relate personally to a truck driver or freight mover, but we can all, you know, we all have our personal side. And I think of one thing we did with PennDOT recently, not recently, over the last several years, was our Work Zone Safety campaign, and we put a face to that campaign. And I'm just thinking maybe there's an opportunity with when it comes to that public outreach and the public involvement side of this, that maybe there is a human, quite literally a human face that can be put to the safety aspect of this, as well as the fact that I get upset if something's not sitting on my porch in 2 days when I ordered. If it takes 3 or 4 days to get, you know, something from Vitamin City, you know, I get upset. So anyway, from that marketing side of things, I think there's a whole lot of opportunities there for us to work, and that's probably something we haven't thought enough about. in terms of truck parking. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, Jerry, but just those were the things on my mind, and listening to the comments that were coming out of the chat room. Appreciate those.
Oh, sure. And that was very good in terms of those comments. So, Genevieve, I don't know, community engagement is part of it and community relations, but then there are the other issues of the branding and the marketing. Any thoughts about any of those issues?
Absolutely, 100%. It's something that the Office of Freight Planning has been very much focused on. In our last freight plan, we had a segment of our budget dedicated to both print, social media, and video messaging on the side of educating the public and your average consumer. And we have been working through that program, and we need to pay it some more attention. But I'm constantly talking to my freight teams about making sure we get our messaging straight, right? We have met the demand, and it is us. And that is something we continue to try to look at. We also are looking at the state's complete streets policy and making sure that it isn't spoken to as if, trucks coming in are the enemy. Trucks are coming in because we are asking them to, for the very point the fellow just made. I want my things on my doorstep within 2 days. So the folks that are out road biking are probably some of the same folks that are demanding the goods to their door, just like the rest of us. So that is something we are very focused on in terms of our messaging and the type of public media we want to be thinking about and advancing. And I very much see our public sector role as one of education. I think COVID helped, and to really speak to the folks delivering our goods as frontline workers, and I want to take that and expand it even further, because folks need and deserve a safe place to sleep, safe place to rest, a clean place to go to the bathroom. We all need that. But when we're demanding this type of goods movement system, we have to make sure that we're looking at how to marry all the elements of that system and not sort of look at it or consider it as an us versus them type scenario. We have to look at it from a holistic lens.
Yeah, good point. It would seem that once we ran out of toilet paper, people started paying attention. So,
yeah,
Denise.
100%.
Denise.
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree with Brian and Genevieve. Through the development of our freight plan, when we actually started doing outreach, we tried to diffuse the situation without going to the community, but by going to the community by sharing how freight is linked to the economy, how it's linked to the livability of our communities, because in many instances they hadn't thought about that connection of their personal role in consumption and how that translates into the number of trucks that they're seeing on the street. And as part of our freight plan, one of our key recommendations, which will be coming out fairly soon, hopefully, fingers crossed, is that we need to do more education, but not just externally. It also means that we need to have buy-in internally, right? In many instances, when we think about transportation, there's a heavy focus on passenger transportation, right? Moving people. And the other elements about moving goods aren't always prioritized. So our job is really twofold: getting buy-in internally, making sure that everyone understands why this matters. If we don't do it, then we don't get the buy-in in order to be able to fight and communicate that externally as well. So what we have been thinking about, and one of the things that came out of the workshop last year, was how do we develop an elevator pitch to communicate that this is a public good and a necessity that can support our livability of our communities. And yes, I agree with Andrew. Again, we really need to think about what that branding and marketing looks like, communicating how valuable that service can really help us in the long run. We had issues in the past, I think, where there was a truck driver who parked on the shoulder and someone ran into the truck, right? So there was a direct safety impact. And that was like a couple of years ago. We really want to really underscore that and think about tangible, really easy to understand terms that can really help us debunk NIMBY, like not in my backyard type of concept, and help us to demystify or address some of the community concerns about security and safety from their perspective.
Yeah, in many ways, New York City is kind of like the fifth state in this multi-state region, and I'm hopeful that if since several of the plans do mention marketing and messaging, that we can try to undertake some coordination on that too, because it's a larger issue than just any one state or the city. So David Rosenberg, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, Jerry, I do. I think we need to keep it simple, and I think we need to look what we just went through, how critical it was to get the goods to where we needed them to go. It was mentioned in the private sector panel, truck drivers are heroes right now. We need to keep that attitude and just explain very simply how critical it is every day to get these goods. And then when there's an emergency, that trucks get us through that every time. COVID-19, hurricanes, floods, they take debris out, they bring goods in. We just need to keep at the forefront, this is critical. And I think we need to keep it simple and just keep saying that.
How about, you want your stuff, don't you? That's a good tagline. Mauricio, we have 2 minutes before we have to go on to our next agenda item. So you get to have the last say.
I pretty much agree with what everybody has said before. I pretty much believe that the freight plan update is going to provide us a huge opportunity on how we market and educate the public people in this freight truck parking issue. But it's also, like Denise was saying, it's also going to bring a lot of internal education at the DOT level. We need to start treating freight infrastructure as we treat any other asset, like highways, rail, ports, rails, any other asset that we have in our capital plans. We need to start including freight facilities as well, the same way we treat the others. Thank you.
So thank you, panelists. I mean, it was really interesting to have this discussion following the private sector panel, and in many ways, both talking about how you see things, but also responding in some ways to issues that they raised. And clearly, there's an opportunity in this whole area for public-private partnership, and hopefully, we'll be on that road too going forward. So thank you all for your time. I think at this point, I have to turn it over to Dan Walston with Federal Highway. He's going to take us through takeaways from our discussions this morning and any next steps before we break for lunch. So, Dan, are you able to talk? You are. No, we're not hearing you, Dan. Still not hearing you.
Okay, how about now?
You're good.
Loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, too many mute buttons, I think. Okay, well, I'm Dan Walston with the Pennsylvania Division Office in Harrisburg, and we received a lot of takeaways from the private and public sector panels this morning. I know that myself and a number of my colleagues in Federal Highways were taking copious notes to try to capture all the good things that were said this morning, related to, some of the issues and concerns with truck parking, but also looking at, what some of the solutions were, that we captured. So I'm just going to take a few moments to kind of go over some of those takeaways. Some of these are probably by theme for the most part, and then maybe we can talk about what some of the next steps are as we continue this conversation of trying to resolve some of the issues that are that are impacted from the lack of truck parking capacity off of our networks. So some of the things that we captured from the private sector panel, from ATA, OIDA, NAPSO, from Women in Trucking, and also from the John F. Kennedy International Airport, was dealing with the lack of land, which we talked about, also with the public sector. That's always a big issue when we're talking about truck parking, especially from the public sector. We talked about the funds, because the private sector, they're looking more, at their operational and capital expenses, which is common sense, really, because their profit margins are not that big. So truck parking capacity and expansion, or looking at creating such facilities, probably really isn't on their radar screen, as we heard. So some of the things that we looked at, with the American Trucking Association, was again the land availability, those operational capital expenses. With OIDA, we had the geography of truck parking needs is changing with recent warehouse and distribution center developments. And, and as Brian Hare mentioned, we have areas of eastern Pennsylvania that are getting immense activity when it comes to the building of these warehousing facilities. And we're looking at, new, interchanges on the interstates, because of the impacts and really the influx of trucks on, our lower state route digit numbers, and also on their local roads. So what some of the things that we heard from NAPSO was distinguishing between public rest and private truck stops. That's something that we heard, really from all of the private sector, because, you have limited spacing at the public, but also you have, those issues with your smaller truck stop areas too, because of the limited capacity. And that's a big issue in the Northeast, which we heard. And also something that was really emphasized from Lisa was, and also, from, want to make sure I get everybody right here, but from Ellen, was what are some of the safety issues? That's always a big one, both in the private and public rest stop areas. There was an increase, a mention of increased mention with harassment. And Stefano focused on, developed first licensed truck parking facility in New York City. And the over demand in the current situation at the JFK facility. And the one thing that he mentioned too was the security of that facility, because it is on international airport property with all the federal agencies, and you've got that security level with that facility. So some of the things that I also captured from the team were local zoning ordinances are an issue to adding new truck stops, which was even discussed with the public sector panel. The lack of precision and automation that exists in other industries, modes, and transportation, this really hurts efficient and safe use of truck parking. But we also heard from OIDA that oftentimes it's not just should be focused on technology. That may not be the easy fix to some of these things. Also, that we need to address capacity needs first, then include real-time parking information. So again, automation is not a short-term solution from OIDA. So one of the things that was talked about, especially on the public and private sector, was what about the image of truck parking? That's a big issue because it has those negative connotations to it. So there needs to be a more positive spin, for lack of a better term, on how we educate the public on the need for truck parking. And again, is it a change in terminology? Is it a fulfillment center, as Brian was talking about? Is it all part of the freight system, that we oversee, from the public sector side? so we can get, community buy-in on creating that additional capacity for truck parking, because like the others I talked about, I like going out on my front porch and picking up a package that I ordered yesterday. It's just, we have that, we just have that comfort level now and expectation that that's what's going to happen. Liability issues. That was a big takeaway. The development of brownfield areas, commercial areas that are vacant, industrial areas that are vacant. That was something that, was a theme across both the public and private sector as well. Truck parking bullpens and shared facilities, it was part of that. Change the thinking of the truck parking is considered a key piece of the safety infrastructure. And just going through here so I don't repeat, but one of the things that we heard too that was very I think important to all this was the focus on public and private sector participation. That engagement, I think, is going to be key to to some of the next steps, I think, that are going to be moving forward from from this event. And again, from the public sector side, the private sector involvement is key to truck parking. When we do the statewide, planning efforts for the standalone freight plans, as Denise mentioned, with New York City, as also at the statewide that was mentioned by Brian and others, it's key to include the private sector in that outreach, also in that in those efforts to gain their feedback and include them, in those conversations and in the development of those plans. It's important to keep them engaged, and in a lot of areas, it's a struggle to keep their engagement because there has to be, that level of them seeing those things tangibly come to fruition. And I think if things are just happen to be, just spinning, they hear a lot of speak, so to speak, it needs to be worthwhile for them to participate so they can see the fruition, of these things. So funding, as we heard, funding is always a challenge. And there are a lot of competing needs when you're putting your transportation improvement plans together. We see what the needs are out there on the highways and the bridges. So there's some tough decisions that need to be made, and funding kind of restricts a lot of the additional capacity when we have maintenance and operation costs that go in with these types of facilities. And so I'm just going to kind of leave it there, and if anybody has captured any other key takeaways, we can try and capture those and then compile those for everyone's awareness.
Dan, thank you very, very much. So similar to this morning, and for those just joining now, just so you understand our virtual environment, audience members, please use the question box to post questions and comments during the presentations and during the panel discussion. And these will be shared with the panelists and the speakers throughout so that we can hear from you. Please note that there's a handout section where we have the agenda, the bios of all the speakers, as well as the one-page summaries of the 3 workshops that the Federal Highway Administration held in New Jersey, New York City, and most recently in Lehigh Valley. This is a recorded workshop. And also, at the conclusion of the workshop, NJTPA will apply for 2 AICP CM credits for this event and your participation. So with that, we're going to get going. This morning, we talked about truck parking needs in a normal operating environment, whether those parking needs were to address hours of service needs or staging, as in waiting for appointments at facilities, or changes from peak to off-peak pricing and tolling, or just because it was time to have a rest in a safe, secure location. This afternoon, we turn to when disruptive events occur. And these aren't just major, massive events such as 9/11 or Superstorm Sandy or the current pandemic. These are also disruptive events that happen typically, such as winter storms, or what happens if a facility has to close for one reason or another, and we have to find a place for the trucks to go where they are safe, both in terms of the drivers and the cargo. So that's our focus this afternoon. As noted at the beginning of this workshop, this is not a one-off event. The workshop is part of the beginnings of the conversation that we're having at a 4-state level, including New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, and Connecticut, to address these critical truck parking needs collectively. That's not just across agencies and jurisdictions, but also across the public and private sectors. So without further ado, and to keep us on schedule, I'm going to turn the conversation over to Steve Levine from Transcom, who held a workshop last year on this subject to give some background, and then we're going into a panel discussion led by Becky Bradley. The floor is yours, Steve.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate in the workshop. Just going to set the context a little bit, and as Ann mentioned, we had a workshop about a little over a year ago, and it was dealing with more of the interagency communication related to inclement weather and truckers and truck parking, and truck parking was a part of that. So Jacob, let me have the next slide. Sure, so just a little bit about our organization. We have member agencies from the 3 states across the New York City metropolitan area, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. We are a 501c3. The genesis of the organization actually came from a result of the Port Authority in New York and New Jersey, but in 1986 it became a 501c3 organization. We're multimodal and multidisciplinary, and as I mentioned, we're across the 3 states in New York and New Jersey. I will mention that in looking at when we do have some winter weather and inclement weather, we do bring the states of Pennsylvania and Delaware into our regional coordination calls. This slide just shows a little bit about our mission statement and some of the core functions. Again, I think most important here, we are 24/7, and regional coordination during major inclement events is one of our core functions. Jacob, the next slide, please. So it may be a little hard to read, but I think the takeaway from this is this is a series of winter weather events that took place in the first quarter of 2019, and there were several. The most notable piece of here is this is some of the actions that we took to coordinate those calls across the state lines. And again, what happens during these winter events is that different states will put in different bans, truck bans, at different times. And this might be phased in. And so a lot of these storms started out in Pennsylvania, probably west of Pennsylvania, but migrated from Pennsylvania into New Jersey, into New York. So part of our mission here is to coordinate the messaging that we provide across these different state lines, so that as travelers, primarily truckers, can get the right messaging, understanding what bans are in effect on controlled access highways. And so that they're seeing some of the messaging in New Jersey related to New York, or in New York and Connecticut related to New Jersey. The interesting part about these events that took place in the first quarter of 2019 is that while New York and New Jersey and Pennsylvania put in some related truck bans, Connecticut did not. And so what transpired in talking a little bit about we'll talk about some of the workshop, is that some of the truckers who were traveling from New England to South, they traveled as far as they could before they had to stop because of the truck bans. And so part of our workshop, next slide please, Jacob. And this is just showing an example of some of the bans and due to some of the storms. And this actually just shows some of the tools that we use to share that information with our member agencies. And this is just showing how the different bans are in effect graphically so that our member agencies see this. And so when we do have our calls, we can actually coordinate the messaging. And this just shows on a particular Sunday the winter weather and also the impacts of the winter weather on our area during this particular event. And our DFE is just a snapshot here, is just some of the tools that we use to share the information. Next slide, please, Jacob. This is the workshop that Ann mentioned. It was funding from technology sharing program that FHWA offered that we worked through the New York City region. And this is just an overall summary of some of the presentations. With the participation of FHWA, we were able to get some different presentations from across the country talking about emergency truck applications. I do want to recognize that David from New York State DOT, Denise from New York City DOT were on the panel this morning, participated in our workshop, and then Michael Pack, who's coming up on the next panel from Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission, also participated in this workshop. And part of some of the particular here's of some of the takeaways is the focus was looking at what are the operational strategies for managing truck operations during winter weather. And we did keep the private sector or non-public sector participation to a minimum, but we did have Kendra Helm from the TANI, the Trucking Association of New York, participate to represent the trucking perspective for the workshop. And a key part of this is because of our organization is member driven by our member agencies, we wanted to get some facilitated discussion on next steps so that we could determine what the next steps might be, and including the need for emergency truck parking. Next, please, Jacob. These are some of the action items. And in trying to set the context here, I'm now going to focus a little bit more on how we were able to take some of the next, where we could take some of the next steps in dealing with emergency truck parking. One of the suggestions that came out of the workshop, and this was by Connecticut, mentioning the storms that I had mentioned, is what they did is they actually used some of their state parks where they route, as I mentioned, the trucks went as far south as they could go. They the service plazas in Connecticut were overloaded. And so what the state police did, rather than routing them to properties that they had no jurisdiction, such as malls or movie theaters, or they routed some of those trucks to the state parks. This was shared. It was done for a short period of time. There's a lot to work out, but it does present an opportunity that might be pursued in the future. And what we did with this information, if I can have the next slide, is take a look in the New York City metropolitan area. Where might we start with this? And we have a database through one of our private vendors here that did allow us to basically do a query for all the state parks in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, and understanding where they are next to a controlled access highway, so that we could take a look to see are they close enough to an interstate or one of the toll facilities to where it could be accessible to a truck traveling across the area. And then we try to do a query and restrict it to try to keep it within 5 or miles or so of where the facility was relative to the controlled access highway. And this is some of the parts of the query that we did to try to take the next step and see if there was some opportunity here to pick up on what Connecticut had done on their particular event. Next slide, please. So what we did, and this is just trying to show the locations, these are the potential locations that we identified in New Jersey that might be a possibility for further examination. for being to use during an emergency situation. And this is not an exhaustive list. Now, obviously, there are some other steps that need to be taken here to see if this was worthwhile. But the important part here is that we found some information, a database that gave us an overall inventory of potential locations, and then there'll be some succeeding steps, which unfortunately, due to current events, were stopped and deferred, for lack of a better term, that we'll have to resume. Is, well, can we take, what opportunities do these state parks have to be serving as an emergency truck parking location? Next slide, please. So we took it a step further, and just as just an example, we found this particular recreation area, and as you can see, it's not very large, and that's another reason why there's a lot of work involved once you start identifying these locations. And you can see that beside being the size being a factor here, part of it that needs to take a look a little further here is, well, the access to get to this particular recreation area. It's not adjacent to the I-78, which is the closest interstate to this. What particular roadways would be involved? Are there any restrictions on those roadways? What facilities this recreation area offers? Are they seasonal or year-round? How many spaces we have here? This one's not very large, so it may not be worth considering. And then last, the safety considerations that were presented this morning. But it does present a start for trying to use what are considered public facilities. And I mention public because, example, in the state of New York, these state parks are owned by the state of New York, and therefore they would have jurisdiction, and they do have relationships that they could pursue to take this a step further if, in fact, if there might be an appropriate facility that could be identified as an overflow situation to existing service plazas. And I think with that, I'll stop and turn it over to Becky.
Thank you very much. What we're going to do before we turn to Becky's group is we're going to have another polling question for the audience. So we want to get your attention right now and get your input as we move into this session. So I'm just launching the poll now, and we're going to ask all the attendees. Now, panel members, you can't answer this. This is only for the audience, who've been very good and quiet during this time, to select what they consider most important, the key attributes for an emergency truck parking facility. So we're going to wait a few minutes, just about a minute or so, while people do that, and we're going to be having our panel get ready to talk. And many thanks to Steve Levine as well. So bear with us as everyone answers these questions, and we get ready for the afternoon conversation. All righty, so let's take a look here and see how we're doing. Just going to give it another 2 seconds. Okay, so let's see what people have to tell us. So, what are the key attributes needed, according to the audience, for an emergency truck parking facility? Ease of access and direction is the number one, as noted by Steve Levine. You've got to be able to get your truck in there. But equally important, as you can tell from the audience, is that access to the basic necessities. We also see some of the items that were brought up from this morning. The need for secure parking, not just for the load, but for the driver. And again, access to the waiting area. So I'm going to close this poll, and at this time, I'm turning it over to Becky for our discussion on this topic. Thank you. Now wait one moment while we get all our attendees there, and we should be good to go.
Thank you very much, Ann and Steve, for helping really set up a very important discussion on emergency truck parking. I'm joined by our expert panelist, Adam Lomatsny from the New York City Economic Development Corporation, Beth Ann Rooney from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, Michael Pack from the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission, and Bob Dolan, who is part of Lehigh Valley Freight Advisory Committee, but also works for XPO Logistics and is a truck driver and trainer. So thank you, folks, for joining in as part of this today. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Bob first, especially seeing the response to the poll question that Ann had just put up. In terms of emergency truck parking, you know, that you had mentioned to me that how important just in time is, the need to react in real time when there are emergencies, and you need to find a place as a truck driver to get off of the road. So obviously it wasn't shocking to me, based on the conversation that you and I had previously, that ease of access came up as one of the top concerns in the poll. Did you just want to give us a little bit more detail about, as a truck driver, the things that you need in emergency situations and how that ties into this global conversation of truck parking? Oh, we can't hear you, Bob.
How are we doing now? Okay. How's that? Everything good now? Okay, good. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. This is such an important panel and such an important subject because, let's face it, from a driver's standpoint, when we're out there, we're going across the highways, state to state. Some guys are coming from the south, some guys are coming from the west, and when we're coming into these areas, there's a lot of adversity because of the information highway we're trying to gather. So from a standpoint, from a driver, of course, the most important thing is we're trying to, of course, we're trying to get to our customer. We're trying to make our customers happy, which ultimately make everybody that's on this panel and everybody that's listening today happy, because we're delivering the goods that you want to see. You want to see those goods on your doorstep tomorrow. And that's the important part. But you got to keep in mind that from the trucking industry standpoint, we need to get the highways, through those highways, get through that adversity to the warehouses. When those roads close, it puts a great disadvantage to us. So here we are, and one of the things that really comes into play when this happens is the number one thing that would come into play is our hours of service. So every truck driver is bound by hours of service. We're allowed 11 hours of drive time a day versus 14 hours of on-duty time. That clock with the electronic logging devices is continuously running. So as you get to these warehouses, okay, we get there, maybe get a little tied up. Here we are, we're getting back down there, we're getting to the warehouse. Now all of a sudden that clock's still ticking and we are running out of time. So now our issue is going to be, hey, I got to find a safe place to park. And okay, now the weather is getting bad. It leaves us more limited time. One of the things that I loved about the survey this morning, that over 80% said secure parking and services were most important to the truck drivers. The disappointing thing that I saw there was that when ATRI gave that survey out, that from the owner and the operator standpoint of the trucking industry, that about 3-4 years ago, that made their top 10 list. It was about an 8 or 9, if I remember correctly. In the last year or so, that truck parking has not even been on top of their list. So that's something that we need to also get together here. Hey, when our drivers are being sent by our dispatchers to this areas, they got to realize that we have to be able to find a safe place to park. One of the things that was a great idea from Steve was earlier there about the trying to find a place to park at the rest areas and the state parks. But keep in mind, that picture that he showed was a very small area. Our tractor trailers, we can run up to, most of them we're going to be doing 53-foot trailers. We're averaging 70-foot long. Okay, we're not going to get through those areas. We're not going to be able to access those areas. At the same time, if there's a snow event, you can imagine what kind of snowbanks that we're going to be trying to go through. It takes a lot of area to turn a lot of these tractor trailers to get around. The areas that we go to, especially up there in New York and New Jersey, we got some tight areas up there. A lot of those roadways, and there's one great example I've always used over the years, was that when I first started driving, I've been driving over 40 some years now, our longest trailers are 40-foot long. The cities, we were navigating those cities pretty well, but now all of a sudden, hey, we're driving 53-foot trailers. There's no intersection that has really gotten any extra real estate, so we are sometimes put into predicaments where it makes it difficult for a driver to get himself through that different area there, and it is a challenge because once the snowbanks start coming in, they get smaller and smaller. The intersections are smaller. And that's just one emergency. Like Ann had started in the beginning there, hey, it's a great thing where you can get out there, that it's not only the snow emergency, it could be a hurricane. I've driven through hurricanes coming down 95. They're atrocious. I mean, it's a challenge. But now the longest running issue that we've had, of course, for the last 5-6 months now is the COVID. But from the trucking industry standpoint, we got to thank everybody for being so supportive of us. I've never had so many people thank us for actually bringing product to the shelves and putting those shelves stocked again at different stores because of the need that's been going on through this pandemic of people not being able to get out of the house, and with the areas that we've been getting through at the point. So it's been a challenge, but I think this panel will definitely put us in a good step forward.
That's a really nice segue over to Adam. And when we were preparing for this panel, Adam had shared a couple of things about the need, especially during a pandemic, to be able to, preserve the food supply chain into places like the city of New York. And where do you put then this short-term parking during these emergencies? Adam, would you want to tell the audience a little bit more about those efforts? Oh, you're muted, Adam.
How about now? Okay, great.
Thank you.
I want to thank everyone.
I'm off, guys.
I want to thank everyone for including us here today. Yeah, Becky, I mean, one of the big issues that we saw was with the food supply chain, and to put a little context for those that haven't worked with the Economic Development Corporation before, is we manage about 65 million square feet or so in the city, and that's a lot of industrial and commercial property. And so that includes the Hunts Point markets, which is the biggest produce cooperative market, including meat and fish in the country. We oversee the leases to the airport, so a lot of air cargo activity and various other zoned industrial land across New York. So we have a pretty big interest in seeing goods move in and out quickly, and the truck drivers being able to service those areas. So we were asked on the onset of COVID, because of our relationship with the produce market, to really work with them and use them as a barometer for understanding the food supply chain issues that were happening. And so that work kind of started off doing some scenario planning, responding to some kind of oncoming crises. But the big thing that happened was when the CDC came out with the ruling for the 14-day quarantine in New York City. And so that, and not just us, there was a lot of other agencies trying to understand what did that really mean in terms for drivers trying to service the warehouses and the food market, which then kind of led us to work with a number of other agencies, City DOT, the Port Authority, and try to communicate that, these are essential workers. This, we need this kind of delivery service coming in, but also understanding like what needs to be done from an emergency standpoint. So finding different parcels of land, and also, we worked with City DOT before in trying to identify truck parking spaces. And it's, frankly, it's difficult. There's constrained real estate in all urban areas. New York City is, even more difficult. It's a city of islands. And so that ultimately led us to opening up 2 emergency rest stations, one in the Hunts Point area near the markets, and one near Global Container Terminal on Staten Island, and that was a lot of great work we did with the Port Authority on that, in addition to City DOT and emergency management. And then kind of moving forward with that too. So we opened up these stations. We had to communicate that to the public, work with our other private sector partners of getting the message out there. But then moving forward, you know, maintaining those, but then also worrying about, well, what if, you know, truck drivers and delivery services en masse decide they don't want to come into the city. So how does that work in terms of, you know, getting things delivered, which caused us to do like a very quick kind of an RFP of sorts for delivery services for what we call a truck relay system. In the event that we would, you know, truckers, local ones would have to come to a staging area to pick up goods and transfer trailers, for example. Fortunately, it never got to the point where we needed to do that, but we had a lot of, you know, interest and ability to move a lot of these essential goods, and a lot of them temperature controlled too, which adds to the complexity. So that was a pretty interesting effort, and we actually got a maritime response too, to kind of show the breadth of different logistics companies that, you know, understood the issues and could service it. And then lastly, to what Bob was saying, we put together with a number of other agencies in the produce market an appreciation day, which it started off as the truck driver appreciation day, but we really coined it as the supply chain appreciation day for all the people who are, you know, working in the markets, the grocery stores, the delivery, the warehouses to get everyone their essential goods. And that was a really nice event because we saw people who were kind of like, we were handing out free lunches and things, and like, is that for us? You know, we're like, you know, it is. And so I think a lot of people are really seeing, you know, the supply chain in action, which is for all, you know, in all respects viewed as like the plumbing. And now we're really seeing that it's so essential. And so that was our main role in all of this. And it is very interesting to see it all unfold.
Thank you, Adam. I think you really hit on a key point about the essential nature of the supply chain and the mass amount of coordination that you actually need to do. And it's at every level, from the truck drivers themselves to the actual ports of entry of goods into the U.S., which kicks it straight over to Beth and to talk about what do you do when trucks have to leave the port? I think, you know, Hurricane Sandy was, you know, one of the really remarkable moments in a lot of our lifetimes, but definitely as it relates to the port. Throw a pandemic, other weather events that have occurred since then in there, and the Port Authority itself has really refined its operations and ability to rise to those challenges and still help then support goods getting to market.
Well, thanks, Becky, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And you know, when we think about truck parking, you know, in many ways it's very different than even what Adam and Bob, you know, are both talking about, where it's the long haul guys that have been on the road for many hours, you know, at a time, potentially several days, looking for really a location for respite. Whereas when I think about trucking for the port in emergencies, they're more shorter term, immediate type needs. So, you know, in the case of another hurricane, for example, you know, we're talking about potentially moving trucks to higher ground, but most of the trucks are owned by independent owner operators. So here in the Port of New York and New Jersey, we have over 17,000 trucks that are registered and what I would call licensed to do business in the port. Those are driven by over 15,000 truck drivers that have a credential to do business in the port. The vast majority of them are independent owner operators. So, you know, in some cases, they're parking their trucks in their driveways overnight. In some cases, they have rented a spot at a local church or a local community center. The challenge is if they have the container with the truck
and they are not able to deliver it to a warehouse or distribution center for whatever reason. So, we have worked through, as part of our business continuity plans, a number of what I would call contingency arrangements. And the contingencies for every different type of event is equally different. So I think about, you didn't mention a cybersecurity issue. So we had a cybersecurity issue that affected one of our terminals about 2.5, 3 years ago now, and that resulted in the need for us to identify very quickly a large parcel of land that was available for truck queuing that became a respite area, because they would be there, because we went from a very automated and technology-driven process to the same process that the industry was using in the 1960s when containerization started. So that required truckers to sit and stop for 3-4 hours, which is very different. And then we think about other contingencies where we would need pre-staging areas for appointment systems, for example. So we've looked at contingency agreements with places like malls and movie theaters and ballparks and large event venues. So in our case, the Jersey Gardens Mall or the Meadowlands complex. But our need really is in the immediate term. We do 7.4 million TEUs, 20-foot equivalent units, a year. 85% of those stay within 250 miles of the port. So that's a 4-hour truck drive. So what we really need when it comes to truck parking is about pre-pulling a container and having a place for it to stay overnight, but not necessarily the truck. Because again, the truck is going to go with the independent owner operator to wherever they park it, on a normal basis. So a little bit different environment in the port than in the longer haul supply chain issues for trucking.
Thank you, Beth Ann. And last but not least is Michael Pack from the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission. And the Turnpike Commission has done some similar stuff as to the port, but more on the transportation system piece. Michael, you had talked to us when we were planning this panel about some exciting stuff that you had done in terms of notifications when there are emergencies. Beth Ann had talked about actually finding locations for trucks to go and different agreements that they've done. You've now been working on the notification system and how truck drivers can then find out about emergencies and then where they can go. Would you like to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First of all, I hope everyone enjoys my safari room as much as I do. I had the opportunity to convert a playroom from when my kids were little into my office, so I'm always asked about painting the walls, but these just make me a little bit too happy, so I'm never going to do that. But while I do have, some folks in the audience that I really don't get much of a chance to talk to, like Bob and other folks from the private sector that spoke earlier, I did attend the morning session. I do want to thank you for everything you do. I know the challenges that you have. My dad's been a long-haul truck driver for over 30 years now, and he fills me in on some of the challenges, and I pick his brain here and there what some of the best applications are, or some of his go-to navigation apps or crowdsource apps like Trucker's Path. And just the planning that you have to put into your trip to make sure you don't exceed the drive times, monitoring your ELD like Bob mentioned earlier, and making sure you get to that safe and secure parking area for that required downtime. Then throw on top of that severe weather and the major traffic accidents really just compounds kind of the logistical nightmare at times for you. So again, really wanted to thank everyone for what you do from the private sector and making sure we all get what we need every day. Like Becky mentioned, as far as communications with all of our customers, but really specifically to our, kind of our trucking customers during major events and obviously in advance of the severe weather events that you were talking about. So, one of the things that we try to do is get into as many navigation apps as we can, our events, for example. So we do have data sharing agreements in place with Waze. We just entered one in with Google, so we'll be sharing our event information with them. We do share our data, our event data with INRIX, which I believe now feeds DriveWise. Some of the trucking professionals on the phone may be able to correct me on that. But we do also have a direct data sharing agreement with DriveWise as well. Obviously, with the goal of getting our event information of major events and closures out to our customers before they enter our system. Because being a toll authority, obviously we're a very closed system. So once you're on, if you're stuck, it's tough to get you off of our system, depending on where you are on our system. So the best bet for us is to get you that information before you even enter our system. As far as communications, about 4 years ago, I think it was 2016, we had Winter Storm Jonas, and anytime a public agency is on CNN, it's not for a good thing. So we actually had motorists stuck out on Laurel Highlands around the mountains out western PA for some over 24 hours. And we had several good citizens, and actually truckers really helped. I know they saved lives out there with families, giving them shelter, food and water throughout the duration of that event. But since then, we obviously had a big after-action review from that event, and one of the governor's orders was by the next winter, we shall have a way to be able to communicate with stranded motorists. So we stood up an application called 511 PA Connect. A lot of you on the phone may know of it as the help system, information logistics, and INRIX. I know provide that same product to a lot of other DOTs. But it gives us the ability, during a major event, a closure, for example, a major accident, we are able to geofence that particular area of the backlog and have two-way communications with stranded motorists. Now, from the trucking side standpoint, it really helps us not only identify, where the truckers are located, but how they are with gas, as well as give them an estimated time that we may reopen. So if it's a real bad one, we know we're going to be closed down for 4 or 5 hours, they can shut down. They can go back in their cabin, sleep, and shut down for a few hours. And it also gives us that ability to wake them up, right, before we do reopen. And as trucks do run out of gas, we're able to pinpoint them with the application to get our maintenance folks out there and make sure they get enough fuel to get out of there. Now, as far as the weather events, another after action that came out of the Jonas storm in 2016 was really kind of our policies and procedures, our communications. We did develop a weather event management playbook, and I know this past winter, which we actually luckily didn't get to put in use too much, is FEMA came out with the travel restrictions and ban framework for PennDOT and the Turnpike to follow. So based on the forecast, the weather forecast, there's several weather levels that are associated with certain bans and restrictions. So as far as communication of this, one, we use, we do notify our top 100 trucking companies in advance of an event like this. So if we plan to or anticipate, for example, restricting empties, or doubles, we get that information out 12 to 24 hours in advance. We also communicate with Pennsylvania Motor Truck Association, as well as put out messaging on our Twitter handle and our Facebook app as well. So those are some ways, Becky, that we try to communicate during the major traffic accidents. So, like I said, keep people off our system, how we communicate with people in the trap backlog for health and safety and welfare checks, and as well as how we kind of handle weather event management with getting that word out as soon as possible to the trucking committee if we are anticipating any types of restrictions.
And thank you for that too, because I know Bob had mentioned, one of the biggest challenges when you're out on the road and all of a sudden there's a restriction is where do you go? Where do you get information? Is that consistent quality information? One of the things I think that you had mentioned too, Michael, that is really important is not only are you communicating with, the folks at INRIX, but you're also doing communications now with ways you're working on communications and more direct communications through Google Maps, I believe you had said, and then some of the other major map providers. So I thought that was really interesting, and maybe you could tell folks how that then relates to some of these other communications tools that you talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we do is we one, get the data sharing agreement with particular providers, but then we get our techie folks from our IT team and their team and work out the actual data sharing. So for Waze, for example, all of our events are events that are entered into our software platforms from our traffic operations center operators. They actually go directly to Waze. Our op center operators are also able to go in and physically make sure, enter a major event and make sure it stays in there. So if we have a full closure for 5 hours, for example, that they're able to make sure that stays and does not accidentally get removed, from the navigation app, which helps keep people off of our system during that closure and helps them from keep getting rerouted. I know a lot of folks. I know I've run into this before where I think I'm being rerouted around a highway closure, and it'll reroute me right back to that same route. So this, by keeping our events in there, making sure they stay in these navigation apps, we make sure that does not happen. We're pretty close to. We did have the Google agreement signed, and we're actually, our technical teams are working together to work through the actual data sharing part of that, and we will also be getting a data sharing agreement with Apple Maps later this year, with a goal of actually sharing data, I guess by the end of this year. Driveways, I believe, like I said, is pulling from INRIX, but we are sharing our data with them. And either during this meeting or after, I'd appreciate if anyone has more information on that to reach out. I know we've been working with, we did start talking with Mayor Gish Parker of the Eastern Florida Coalition to really kind of start that process of communicating with companies like Driveways, the major nav providers that truckers do use.
So along a similar line there, and really like the $1 million question of the day is, and this is something I'll preface it with, I had a chance to talk to Jerry Bogatz and a consultant team related to the update of their freight plan earlier this week. And they showed me some commodity flow information as it relates to the dollar amount and volume of freight going in between the Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania, and the city of New York. And we are even. I just wanted to get that out there. But that aside, that tells you the interconnected nature of freight movement. And so when you do have an emergency, it's not just an emergency for the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission. It's not just an emergency for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, or the city of New York, or the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, or New Jersey Department of Transportation. So the $1 million question is how do you think that we could coordinate this emergency truck parking innovations that you've individually done with then the other partners to make sure that our trucking industry, our truck drivers are safe, and our community overall is safe, and still be able to manage the supply chain? So how can we coordinate? Open to anyone.
Well, Becky, first of all, I believe the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission has had this great thing going there with your municipality get together, working with the local people, the realtors, the developers, that type of deal, with getting that truck parking at the warehouses. A lot of times as a truck driver, we're coming from down south, we're coming from out west, like I said earlier, and we get here. Okay, the problem being, now we're out of time, we're out of hours. We can't get to that truck stop going down there anywhere nearby. We can't get anywhere safe and secure at that point. one of the things, the communication there would be fantastic with that municipality to have that just this an area for 10, 15 is park, and that way, because let's face it, when you're in a snow emergency, traffic is limited, and it's going to be just a little bit of traffic coming inbound or outbound at that point, because the roadways are going to be, of course, stressed and challenged at that point to get out until Mike and his group get out there. And by the way, Mike, that is a great background there on the walls there. I like your trees and stuff there in the back there. But that would be a fantastic first start, Becky, just to keep that coordination and that communication open to for availability, only for the simple task of movement.
Sure. And one of the participants actually put a question into or a note into the chat box. Scott Grennerth, I hope I said your name correctly, talking about how, sure, it's great to have Waze and all of these other coordination software programs, things that we can access from our GPS and our cell phones. But that the hard infrastructure and the hard infrastructure signage is also equally important. And he complimented the New Jersey Department of Transportation for that. So we want to make sure that gets out there too. I know the Pennsylvania Turnpike does some hard signage as well. I know a lot of states out there are also putting up signage now at rest stops and the like that says there's this many truck parking spaces available and things of that nature. But how do we coordinate those things across state lines? Again, the million dollar question, because we have major facilities like the Port of New York and New Jersey. We have all different municipalities with all different types of warehouses all over the place, whether the city in New York or Newark, New Jersey, or the Allentown, Pennsylvania. We have DOTs working these issues. We have all of these folks working these issues. How do you think we can coordinate better to make sure that there's safe parking during emergencies?
I'll talk again, Becky. I'll speak up here. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll turn off mute. Yeah, so one of the ways that we do that and that our partners do is from our traffic operations centers, serving as really the kind of communication hub for our agencies. So like I said, as event data is entered into our systems, that's broadcast. It activates our message signs. We actually just hired or entered into a contract with a company called IIS to deploy truck parking systems at 10 of our 17 service plazas. So that will be in the form of a MASTO compliant data feed as well, to be able to get out to those third parties. But other than entering that event into systems and the kind of the center to center sharing, we also make our traffic operations center staff also makes several phone calls to the adjacent agencies. And I know, centers like Transcom help disseminate that information as well to our neighboring states. But I think that, until we feel highly confident that this information is getting into the cabs of the trucks and directly to the truck driver, I think that's really kind of a big link that we need to make sure happens more often than not. All the work we're doing with these other nav companies and sharing data still doesn't guarantee that truck driver is getting the information when they need it. Maybe it's more information dissemination to these super centers when they're actually loading, making sure that they get that information somehow while they're at these centers before they go back out on the road and into a backlog of traffic sitting there for 5 hours. So those are some strategies I think that we need to work on. And the forum that Steve Levine mentioned earlier that I attended along with others of New York, New Jersey, I think that those need to happen more often. I think the more we can get together and talk, share information, not only share information, but actually get an action plan with specific projects, actions that we need to move forward with, policies, procedures, whatever it is. to make sure that we are on that same page.
Becky, I thought I'd like to add one other.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, just one other thing on that too. I would say it's, I mean, this technology is, I mean, it's great and it's advancing, but I think, one of the things we found, especially recently, is ultimately it's still a lot of relationships that kind of make the dissemination of information really happen, and knowing, who to call. So, it happened to be the case that Beth will answer our emails when we have a request, and we kind of know who to go to. And that's not always the case with other agencies. And during this process, it's been actually pretty, I mean, although, it's not been a great year for a lot of people, the one nice thing is like we're doing a lot more coordination with, city DOT, which we did anyway, but like more in kind of a, this format with state DOT, with city emergency management, and actually even some of our own tenants. And there's the things that government controls, but then, in our case, we're not a regulator, but we're the ones often asked to, intercede or communicate things to our tenants if, a space needs to be available, and kind of having that process set up and having people, understand what this is and can get the ball rolling, because at the end of the day, it will get resolved, but it's more a matter of how quick. And if we're talking about emergency parking, it just has to be quicker than, sooner than later. So forums like this and really working with the people who, have this as their purview or their expertise really is beneficial, I think, overall, in addition to having new methods of technology and disseminating that.
And I would add, Becky, that Steve spoke earlier about Transcom, and when the Port Authority, started Transcom, I think we were ahead of the times, and Transcom over, the past, almost 2 decades has proven itself to be a great forum for interagency coordination on really complicated issues that, in the past, would not have been addressed. So, is there an opportunity to replicate or expand, that Transcom type model so that there is we don't need to recreate the wheel. There's a model that has been proven to work. So is there an opportunity to, like I said, either expand Transcom or use the lessons learned from Transcom to create a similar forum that is doing the planning, identifying the potential areas, developing the contingency plans, developing the communications mechanisms, and, ultimately, drilling and preparing and making sure behind the scenes that all of the various transportation agencies can communicate clearly with each other, and what are all of the methodologies to communicate with the truckers, understanding that they don't all have, in-cab devices that, they can be communicated with, but they all have a cell phone. So, what is the methodology that we can use to get the information to the individual drivers? We have found that with our very simple e-alert system, which sends both text messages and emails, most of them historically were going to the business people at the trucking companies and not to the individual driver. So the individual drivers, weren't getting that information that they needed to make real-time, decisions. And when we stopped and made a concentrated effort to encourage the individual drivers to sign up to receive those messages as well, the system became, orders of magnitude more effective for decision making.
That makes a lot of sense. And I think that's definitely a reasonable suggestion to look at a potential path forward with the MAP forum and all of our partners, including the port. And I think it's definitely something we should try to discuss at some sort of upcoming meeting on that as a potential after action to today. Bob, were you looking to add to this as well?
Yes, I was just going to add to Adam and Beth Ann's comments there. Like Mike was saying, okay, there's a lot of good information out there, and you make it available. The problem that we would have from a driver standpoint is a lot of us will not be on any type of different of those sites. Even during bad weather, I'm going to hit the weather forecast, and I'm going to see what the weather is. I'm going to look at the 511 before I leave the building and stuff like that. One thing we do have all in common all night is what Beth Ann just said, is that we all have cell phones. And most drivers are on the cell phone, I'll be guaranteed, especially the nighttime guys. They're talking to whomever all night long. A lot of times we got the 3, 4, 5-way calls on the drivers. The cell phone would be one of the most advantageous places to get that information out. Just like the National Weather Service, we have a tornado warning in our area. There is an automated thing that comes across my cell phone. It can scare the bejesus out of my little grandchildren, but it will tell you that something's going on there, and it's going to get your attention. And something like that would be probably, as much as you can put every avenue out there, that's going to get a driver's attention, and it's going to get the most up-to-date information to him. Even from a driver coming from, if you have a Verizon or an AT&T, I'm not selling any cell phones here, but if you would have that service coming into our area, you would be able to grasp that from the magnitude of areas and people.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well. I think one of the other things too that we've all learned from the different events that we've gone through is this really is part of hazard mitigation planning. And oftentimes freight and truck parking in emergency situations are not part of regions or local plans for emergency management. And I think that's also an opportunity as part of this emergency truck parking discussion that needs to be had with FEMA or PEMA or NJEMA. I'm not sure what the acronym is for the New Jersey Emergency Management Agency exactly, but you get the idea. This needs to be codified so our emergency responders as well can be in on the game and understand the overall needs of the supply chain and how that actually supports the response when you do have a variety of different types of events, whether it's a weather-related event or it's a health emergency, and any shade thereof. We didn't talk a lot about that piece of it, but I wondered, we're getting close to time, but I wondered if you had any thoughts on that or some last minute bits that you wanted to get in on the emergency truck parking issue.
One of the things I think, we are trying to take from this is, and a lot of people addressed this morning, is just the overall needs for truck parking, and using this to really show the importance of it in New York City or other really real estate constrained areas. It's a pretty, when you have competing real estate uses, sometimes the parking of trucks is not the most attractive financially or from a community perspective. And so it really took, in this case, the pandemic to really show the need for it. So I think, looking forward, how can we get better, opportunities to develop real estate for these types of uses, or, maybe it's not just truck parking on its own, maybe it's a part of a larger emergency response contingency planning, and something we plan in the future, but kind of keeping the momentum of things we learned here. And the other thing too, I think, based on the survey results, which is interesting in our case, is, we set up these 2 emergency stops and they were utilized, but the utilization wasn't, super high. it actually, I mean, it made sense, but it started off kind of low and then it kind of increased a little bit over time. But the kind of question was to us, what gives? Because it wasn't as if there was no trucks there. Like, we were in these areas and there were still lots of trucks. So what was the issue with the site? Was it did we not communicate well enough? Were the services not good enough? The amenities there, that kind of thing. So one other kind of future research point, I think, looking at this emergency situation is what are the true needs where we can do better, be more responsive, and potentially produce like a better site, whether it's just the existing area was fine and needed better things, or did it need to be somewhere else, or do we need a better way of communicating?
You bring up a point. Let's not lose the fact that there's good dialogue on these issues as a measure of the COVID-19 pandemic, and leverage this opportunity to have a more reasonable and problem-solving based conversation about emergency truck parking. Michael, did you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, sure. It's like you said, Becky, it's important, obviously, for us to communicate with, not only our stakeholders like PennDOT and adjacent states and metropolitan areas, but also with truckers as best as possible, whether it's through our message signs or through our data feeds. But one of the things that we're aware of on the Turnpike is back in 2013, I believe it was, we did a truck parking study, which said that by 2023 we'd have over an 1,100 truck parking space shortfall. Okay, we've added a couple hundred over the past 7 years, but we're still pretty far away from having enough truck parking available based on the 84,000 trucks that travel our system a day. So it's one of those things where it's if we don't get that word out early and keep folks off of our system, in the event we do have a major closure, for example, then it's going to be trucks on the shoulders and pull-off areas, overrunning the service plazas. That's just how it is. That's what it is right now. So that communications piece, I think, like we've all been talking about, and I know it's been mentioned throughout the day. Not only communications piece, but also kind of what are the action plans? How do you react based on where the particular event is, and what's the best way to actually get that word out and get trucks where they need to go?
Bob, do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is a great panel to put together here, and we're going forward. And I think one of the things that we really need to take out of this thing is to keep the communication with the public there. And I think Brian Harris said it the best in the first meeting this morning there, was to put a picture out there, put a photo out there of the image, and keep that positive image going. The pandemic has put a whole different mode of education on the American public. A lot of people didn't realize how a product got from point A to point B. And when all the shortages came through and everybody was coming to see, hey, why is it taking so long to get that back on the shelf? They're starting to learn, hey, the truck just doesn't go here and pick this up and take it right to the store. So with that image staying positive and showing the need of to the American public with the transportation industry, I think it would be a lot easier for us to move forward in being able to engage and expand the parking areas around us in particular, especially with the dense population that we have in our area.
Thank you, Bob. Last word over to you, Beth Ann.
So Bob just referenced the dense population, and it's the perfect segue. So what I would say is that when we plan for these contingencies, and we plan how we're going to communicate and be transparent, we can't be planning for today. We have to be planning for the freight of the future. And in our Northeast area, we have the dense population. So the Port of New York and New Jersey, within 1 hour, reaches more people than the ports of Savannah and Norfolk can do in 4 hours, right? So the cargo is coming because the people are here, and the cargo is going to keep coming. And we expect that we're going to double or triple our cargo volume in the next 30 years. So when we think about truck parking and how challenging it is today in both normal operations and in emergencies, we can't think about it just in terms of today's freight. We need to be sure to plan long-term for the demand that we're going to have for truck parking in the future.
Well said. And thank you, panel, for lending all of your expertise and advice to today's workshop. And I'm going to turn it back over to you, Ann Strauss-Weeder. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky, and thank you to the entire panel. Again, this is the beginning of the conversation, and I'm sure that we're going to be having a lot more discussions about how to deal with these critical issues. So we're going to be moving to wrap up and hearing from some additional people. But thank you to our panel on this critical topic, and also to our morning panels. And now over to Ghanem, and then to Jerry and Mary Amin to wrap up.
Yes, thank you, Ann. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks, Ann. And yeah, I'm sorry to everyone that I'm not on webcam. I'm not able to get my webcam to connect. But thank you again for another great panel this afternoon. Just like this morning, we had a lot of great information and ideas presented. And like in the morning, my FHWA colleagues and I took very copious notes. So I'll try to sum up these ideas as quickly as possible here. We started off hearing from Transcom about their investigation into the use of state parks as emergency truck parking facilities, and we heard about the advantages of that being an area that the state has jurisdiction over and can control the conditions in. And that would apply as well to other entities that own parks. We did hear a concern from as to whether the state parks could accommodate the 53-foot trailers, but one of the advantages of investigating state parks as a potential truck parking site is the ability also to accurately assess whether the conditions exist for emergency truck parking. We heard that time is very limited when road closures happen, and that road closures really affect the trucking industry's ability to meet hours of service regulations. We heard about the importance of getting accurate information, and some of the investments that have been made by the Pennsylvania Turnpike Authority in particular, but by others into contracting with Google, with Waze, with DriveWise, getting INRIX data and communicating that to the drivers. We heard about some of the innovations in terms of having using a traffic ops center as a hub, having an emergency weather event playbook, having a 511 system that does two-way communication. We heard about the challenges of getting 53-foot trailers into urban areas in the best of conditions, and the challenges that occur when snow isn't removed or when major snow events occur. So that's something to consider. We also heard about the importance of robust and complex partnerships and how they can really allow for the ability of entities to respond to emergencies and provide adequate truck parking. And the example we heard from New York City with the uncertainty over quarantine rules, where public health information and the restrictions were changing almost on a day-by-day basis in the spring. Having these robust, complex partnerships already in place allowed them to adapt and to plan for some of the contingencies. We heard that at the port, a requirement for a very quick turnaround in response to immediate emergencies. And we heard about the partnerships that occurred with malls, stadiums, pre-staging areas, and other large event venues. And we also heard that it's important to not just consider the trucks themselves, which may be able to move and go back to other facilities, but the goods that are being transported in the containers. So Beth Ann really helped to bring that forward. Like with the morning session, we heard about the challenges of getting bad press in trucking. Related to trucking and truck parking, and the need for accurate and coordinated messaging towards the public and towards public agencies. So another thing we heard about, and we heard about the need for even more regional coordination. We heard about the success of the Transcom and the need for potentially another entity to take on planning around truck parking. And finally, we heard about making truck parking part of hazard mitigation planning on a regional level, which is something that was not, which is something that's often left out of those types of plans. And I'm just making sure that I think that mostly captures what was discussed in this panel. So thanks to everyone for participating.
Thank you, Gautam. And now to Jerry and Mary to wrap up for the day.
Thanks, Ann, and I will be brief. Not only have we gotten a lot of food for thought in these sessions, but a lot of guidance for potential action. And I think one of the things that's a challenge for the MAP Forum now is and by extension, the Multi-State Freight Working Group, is to learn from what we heard, but also use it as guidance for potential action. So I just want to leave us with that. We will be taking it up with the MAP Forum. And I want to thank our partners at NJTPA, Ann and Jacob and staff for phenomenal work, and also Tom and the FHWA Resource Center, and Gautam and Dan. We really did work as a team for several months on this, and it was originally supposed to be an in-person event, but of course, situations overcame it, and I think it was a really successful virtual event. So thank you to all the partners and all the panelists from this morning and this afternoon. And I guess I go over to Mary Amin now.
Okay, thank you, Jerry, and thank you everyone who presented today or who participated in the proceedings today. I know I learned a lot, and I hope all of you that are in attendance did as well. And I know I have only 1 minute before the 2:30 closeout time, but I had to just share just a couple of impressions that I got. One is that, and it was raised throughout the day, I think we need to start thinking about truck parking as less than a problem for communities and people, and more as a critical piece of the supply chain, or a node on the distribution channel, because technology and automation are not the same thing. And we've got a lot of routing algorithms and everything else, but there's a person right now driving that truck, and that person needs to pull over in a place that is safe and secure and provides those necessities, so that freight can complete its journey and the mission is fulfilled. So that, I think we need to keep that in mind, that this is very much a human problem. I also I found it interesting, one of the earlier panels today, where there was a dialogue about would a truck driver feel comfortable co-locating with a police barracks, and the truck driver said, no, not really. We don't get along that well. This lamb doesn't want to lie down with that line. So I thought that was interesting. And then the other sort of trust issue that came up was when the female truck drivers, this was anecdotal, but many female truck drivers will will gas up and fuel up and get food and use the restroom at one truck stop or one rest area, but then go sleep and rest up at a completely different location for fear of being observed as a single female, in a so, those were two instances of some trust issues that, we may, because if we're all in this together, we need to start figuring out how to break down some of those barriers. And so, I wonder if we can talk about this differently than it's a truck parking or a truck stop, and that it somehow recognizes, I don't want to get too lofty, but it somehow recognizes that this is a key component of a bigger supply chain, that yes, it does affect national security, and it does affect our general quality of life and the continuity of our day-to-day operations. So I think it's something that we want to really think about differently, give a, just look at it from a more strategic standpoint, but also recognize that it's a human issue. We've arguably got what to me is a supply and distribution network in this country that's really nothing short of miraculous when you think about it. And so, let's give each component of that, the attention and the respect that it deserves, and not just carve out this piece that's called truck stops or truck parking. And then the last point I want to make is, we talk about equity, and that's something that we're all starting to think more about. And so I would just say that looking at equity from a goods movement standpoint, and all the different pieces that go into supply and distribution, let's think about how can the benefits and the burdens of that very intricate, very complicated system, how can that be equitably shared? We should all be equitably sharing in the benefits and burdens. And if we keep that in mind, we might be able to address this piece of the problem, and maybe not treat it so much as a problem as a necessity. So with that, I want to just again thank everyone and echo what Ann and others have said, that this was not a one-off. This is the beginning of or not necessarily the beginning, but this is the continuation of a really exciting dialogue, conversation. And I hope that through the MAP Forum and through our other various relationships, we can really make some measurable impact on how to move our goods more equitably and more respectfully. So thank you all again. And with that, our day is adjourned. Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.